The Buffalo Bills back on the practice field tomorrow as they'll gear up for their rematch with the New England Patriots. Tomorrow we'll also give a report on the health of the 4 players that missed Sunday's game in Joey Bosa, Terrell Bernard, Joshua Palmer, and Spencer Brown. Around the NFL, the Indianapolis Colts are going to be signing quarterback Phillip Rivers to their practice squad, according to multiple reports. If Rivers ends up elevated to the Colts' active roster, regardless if he takes a snap, the 2026 Hall of Fame semifinalist will have his eligibility reset and would have to wait 5 more years upon another retirement. Meanwhile, for the Colts, they lost Daniel Jones for the season, Anthony Richardson is still on injured reserve, and Riley Leonard is dealing with a knee injury. To hockey, game day for the Buffalo Sabres as they're still looking for their first win of the 6-game road trip. Buffalo taking on the Edmonton Oilers tonight as they have a back-to-back on the heels of their 7-4 loss to Calgary last night. Puck drop set for 9 o'clock tonight. Pregame will start at 8 here on WGR. A couple of baseball notes. ESPN's Jeff Passan reports that the Phillies are finalizing a 5-year contract extension for Kyle Schwarber, totaling $150 million. The 32-year-old slugger has been with Philadelphia the past 4 years. Meanwhile, the Dodgers reportedly agreeing to a 3-year deal with closer Edwin Diaz. According to Passan, the deal is for $69 million for the former Mets pitcher. This holiday season, we're kicking off Mission Give Where You Live to benefit the Buffalo City Mission powered by NYSEG going through December 19th. You can donate brand new sweatshirts, sweatpants, hats, gloves, scarves, and non-perishable food items to help keep our community warm and fed. Just stop by any Dash's Market location and drop off your donation to the Mission Give Where You Live donation bin. If you're shopping online, you could still help out and give through the Buffalo City Mission's Amazon wish list. It's sponsored by the Barnes Firm and Dash's Market. You can get all the details at WGR550.com. This update is brought to you by Paddock Chevrolet, celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership. I'm Derek Kramer for WGR Sports Radio 550.
It's Mike Schopp and the Bulldog.
They have this Panther sound effect that is just the cheesiest, stupidest sounding thing. Big voice guy going, Panther goal scored by Sam Reinhart. Where'd you get that thing?
I trapped it. Been keeping it in my bathroom at the motel, feeding it old pizza.
It's Mike Schopp.
If you're calm, that wondrous big cat will be calm too. But if you're scared, that beautiful death machine will do what God made it to do. Namely, eat you with a smile on its face.
And the Bulldog. On WGR Sports Radio 550.
Bills just sent out an email that says they're selling playoff tickets on Thursday. They waited for the Bengals to leave, I think.
Yeah, I don't want any trouble with them.
No.
That was controversial.
How did that work out last time?
A few years ago.
The Bengals took the Bills selling future playoff tickets as a tremendous insult, and they went ahead and won.
Yeah, even though I think they were doing the same thing organizationally. But, whatever. Whatever gets you through the day. Find your axe and grind.
At least we got an announcement at all. I mean, a team could be afraid of potential backlash and other, would the Patriots be offended by this?
Oh, sure. Well, I hope so.
You think you're going to make it?
I hope they are. I look forward to Mike Vrabel being asked about it. Or, I don't know, the Boston media, maybe they wouldn't take that to Vrabel. They'll take it to, the captain of special teams, maybe. Like, hey, it's not for nothing.
I'm guessing they're selling their own as well.
Would think they should be.
Probably should be.
Make a great stocking stuffer.
Tickets?
Sure.
Playoff tickets?
Yeah.
I guess they. You know what? They would. When I was a kid, sometimes Sabres tickets would be in the stocking, which was great. But playoff tickets probably are a little big for the stocking, at least where I come from. The number one present can't be in the stocking. And if that's not the number one present, somebody's living very well.
Yeah.
Maybe one of those cars you see is the number one present. Somebody gets a Lexus.
I think,
well, and then the tickets are in the stocking.
Yeah, the keys are in the stocking for the car, maybe.
Put it all in the stocking then.
But I'm almost sure that my wife's number one present a time or two has been in the stocking because it was like a ring, a jewelry box, something like that. And that is something I think I would have put in the stocking, sort of mix it in there with the other sort of junky presents.
That's never happened to me. My wife
number
likes,
one present in the stocking?
No, not even when I'm giving. No. My wife likes big, puffy coats and blankets.
Okay, that's hard to fit in a stocking.
You just can't hide it in there.
No.
You have to leave that in the
work.
box, wrap it. Yeah, there's no mistaking that. a gift card or two, sure. That's it's good to be planning ahead here. Like you said, a couple of weeks away from Christmas. Phillip Rivers is really happening. So his last game was the playoff game here in 2020, COVID. And that was a close game.
Yep.
And then he retired. So I'm going to ask you what your reaction to this is. The Colts are a team in the mix. They went from a pretty big favorite to an underdog to make the playoffs and win their division in a pretty short span. Now they've lost at least one quarterback, so they do this. I've had these bets against the Colts.
Mm-hmm.
And last night, it's getting late. There are 3 minutes left in the Eagles-Chargers game. Philadelphia is ahead, which is good for the Colts, I suppose. Why would it not be?
Right.
And
good for everybody in the AFC.
I'm staring at the cash outs, and then I hear Phillip Rivers is possibly coming to the rescue.
Wow, this was around last night. Yeah, I dozed off. I missed the end.
It was reported last night that they were bringing him in.
Okay.
And I got a little bit freaked and took the money.
Oh, wow. Wow.
Which is, that's embarrassing, right?
I think, I'm glad you said it. Yeah, I think so. I think that's, I don't think you should have done that.
I mean, it was a pretty good percentage of the potential payout
that
anyway.
matters to the equation. I mean, if you don't want to get into the particulars, but if you're getting 80% of what you would have won anyway, then whatever.
Maybe about that.
Yeah, and I don't think I want to be that hard on you then.
Yeah, like
it's when they're offering you like half that I just sort of balk at it. Like, I'll ride this out, I'll make it, even though the half in some cases has been really significant. I still want to get it home.
This came up yesterday, maybe how we're different like this.
Yeah.
Where you're one leg away, and I'm like, I'm good. That's a win. I've turned my 10 into a lot.
Mm-hmm.
But no, you want to go for the gold, right? And
yeah.
I don't know. Like, to me, there's an interesting personality trait within there somehow. Like, just maybe I'm mostly conservative about it. I just want plus EV, Bulldog. I don't need the jackpot, but I want to make a bet and have it come off as a winning bet.
Right.
And not just for 5 cents, where it's significant enough.
Right. Yeah.
So I'm not all the way out on the Colts. I still have a couple, but I'm mostly out on the Colts thing.
I might sing a different tune when and if this bites me sometime. Because, I got that Pittsburgh-Cincy parlay I won was a big chunk of change early in the fourth quarter that I turned down, and I got very close to losing all of it. But I did, and then the hockey thing was the same way. That was also very close to going up in smoke last Thursday, I guess that was. I had a big chunk that was offered, and I'm like, let me just close the app and leave it alone. As soon as that goes, the opposite way for me, I might line up more on your side. Like, they're offering me this amount. I'm going to take it. That's a big win.
I'm being too easy on myself here. I bet the under last night when the total was 35.5, and the score might have been 13 all, something like that. Maybe was that the score last night at one point? So it just felt early. I was earlier than that, 13-9 or some score like that.
Mm-hmm.
Like, just I felt under, right? So I take the under. Now it's 35.5. Now it's 16-13. The same moment. 3 minutes to go in the game. Chargers ball, down 16-13. Touchdown beats me. Field goal probably beats me because then it's overtime, which is what happened.
Mm-hmm.
Or 19-16, whatever it was. 19-16.
Yeah, because 22-19 was the final. Yeah.
19-16. I'm winning by a half a point. Late. There's the cash out. My $15, if I'm willing to push the button, it brings back $18. And I'm like, you know what? No. I'm gonna let it ride. I'm not
Big wheeler,
doing this for $3. But then I'm still sitting there thinking, I think I'm probably gonna lose this, but there was that offer. I'll just see what happens, and then I lose, and I feel like, why did I just take it?
Sometimes you got to just go big or go home, Mike.
Yeah. Bad. What is your impression of the Rivers thing? I want to say, I think I want to give the Colts credit for this is like the Bengals with Flacco.
Uh-huh.
Your season is probably over if you don't do something big or just kind of wild, extreme, something to give yourself an honest chance. And is this that? I mean, it seems like the Colts mean it to be, or else they wouldn't bother.
I'm a little. I guess I'm a little conflicted. I mean, you're taking cash outs all over, so rooting for your bets is over. Not that I was like really into that, but whatever. You know, I'd like to see you do well and be right about something, and you still will be right whether you win or not. You cash the bets out. I mean, if they flounder here. And they are, a team that has gone from maybe being a problem to I don't think they're going to make it anyway. And if they do, they'll be pretty dilapidated, and I'm not that worried about them. Rivers is a pretty big wild card. The conflict is that as a 60-year-old person, I kind of want to root for him to show up and be able to do this.
Mm-hmm.
But even within that, there's a conflict because there's a decent. I think more I'm trying to be a good person, and I feel like the good person thing to do is to root for the 44-year-old man to show up and not look like a 44-year-old man has not played NFL football in 5 years. But there is also a part of me that sort of wants it to look like he should never be near an NFL field again. You shouldn't be able to just walk out of coaching your kid's high school team and into the NFL, even with a couple of weeks to ramp up, because I don't think there's any – is there talk of him actually playing right away? I don't know. I feel like it's – physically, I think that would be unwise. I would think you want to go through a week or two, see how his body reacts to throwing – I don't know how many passes does an NFL quarterback usually throw in practice. I know with guys that are playing all the games, they scale that back. But this is a guy that hasn't played in 5 years, so I would think you'd want to work him out and make sure he can handle it. And he's got to pass that test first. But part of me wants this to just be turn into, oh my God, play the Benny Hill music. What are we doing here? He's going to play the Houston Texans in Week 18?
He's going to go to Seattle first if he at all plays this week.
Right.
That's almost the toughest test you could think of.
I want it to be evident to everyone that it's just too hard to just roll in there and do it. No matter how much experience you've had, if you've gone this long without having done the job, there's no catching up. So
and why do you want that? Sort of the
just because it would make
affirmation that what you think to be true, that this is like a near impossible job.
Yeah, it should be too hard for him. Mm-hmm. Is it? And intellectually, I feel like it's not like I don't have anything against Phillip Rivers.
No one does,
right? But I feel like it should be too hard. So I guess I'm rooting for that too, while also, it wouldn't necessarily make me mad if he can do it, because that would be kind of incredible. But I don't know. My default setting is, come on.
It's been on my mind for a month how many teams really just at that time, if not still, wouldn't know what their quarterback outlook is for next year. And this includes good teams. I brought up Denver for this a few weeks ago. No, I mean, Denver is winning too much for you to think that they're going to even have a conversation about what to do at the position. Everybody would freak out if they made a change at quarterback. But is their guy actually good? I guess the playoffs, the rest of the season in the playoffs will speak to that. And if he bombs or he's just overmatched by a guy like Allen or May even, which is possible, then maybe I think of like you and I in all these markets. We would be having that conversation about what to do. And as crazy as it would seem to, imagine them replacing him, I don't know. Maybe it's one of these where you're going to look right eventually. This is maybe Miami a couple of years ago or other teams.
Yeah.
So, I mean, that's on the extreme. Indianapolis was on my list too, because are we just going to settle for that Daniel Jones is it? Are we just going to do that? Let's see what happens. What happened? I mean, they lost 3 in a row, but the injury is so tough for him because now maybe he doesn't get a contract at all. I mean, eventually he'll probably start for somebody. The league is needy. But they were a team that I also thought at least could talk about it. Like, what should we do? I mean, you have teams like right now the number one odds team to get the first overall pick is the Raiders. And they would pick the best quarterback, like without even thinking about it. They would have to do that. But the Giants wouldn't. I mean, the Browns might, but they wouldn't necessarily do it. The Titans are right there too. They might not. So you're just going to kind of, you think you don't have to agree with this. You might think that your guy isn't it, but geez, I can't really pull the plug on this yet.
Yep.
Yeah, that's the Titans.
It would stun me if the Titans did something. It would not stun me something other than going with Cam Ward next year.
But now the Colts are back in that bucket.
Right, they are. Yeah.
Unless it's Philip Rivers.
Right. Next year, even too.
Next year,
right.
At 45.
Right.
Well, his birthday was yesterday, so he'd still be 44.
Right. He's got a ways to go there.
Is he a young 44? His birthday was literally yesterday.
I don't know. I haven't read every word that's been written about this, but our buddy Armando Salguero wrote a piece about it and said, the word is he can still throw the ball just fine, but he's 20 to 30 pounds heavier than he was the last time he played.
Sounds right.
And
not hard to believe.
Not hard to believe. Hard to fathom that isn't going to be a problem. I mean, this is not a guy who was nimble to begin with. And I don't know. I just have a very hard time seeing that go well. That's sort of what I mean when I say it in my head, as cool as it would be if he could do it, I don't think he should be able to. I'm the one who's been over here for 5 years going, Brady is a lie. Like, don't think Aaron Rodgers is still going to be great when he's 39 or 40, and anybody else fits under the same umbrella, because Brady is a freak. He's a one-off, and I don't think we can reasonably gauge quarterbacks' careers and their staying power and their prowess at the top of the class on Brady. He's one of one, I think. And so far with Rodgers is playing, and he's had good days, but he's had way more bad days than good days since the calendar flipped on him.
But that's also still in play, just like it will be with Rivers now, and maybe there are other guys, because Pittsburgh is in first place. Like, the answer on that hasn't come yet. This is a point I make all the time about the Bill season. When we're dissecting the details day after day after day, we know they're at least pretty good, and maybe they don't have to worry about Kansas City like there's a window for them, but they're also not a perfect team, right? They have issues. What will it end up being described as? Like, this season, how will you end up writing it? We don't know yet. It could be a lot of different things. It could be that their tight ends were enough and wide receiver didn't kill them, or it could be wide receiver kills them, right? So these questions just hover until you get into that game.
And Rodgers still has a chance to write a different ending. That's right.
You've also said about him that for all these quarterbacks, he is somebody that I'd be a little bit worried about having to beat because of what his career has been, And now the Bills did just beat them badly, last Sunday. But still, I think you could still say that. Versus Trevor Lawrence, versus Stroud, versus Herbert, versus Phillip Rivers, literally, or May or Nix. I don't know. It's all still...
There's such a recency bias on this for me because of just, a week ago Sunday. I feel like I'd rather play Rodgers than any one of those people.
Okay.
Right now. That's how I feel right now. But that in and of itself, there would still be, some chance he could have he could have a day. I just don't know if they have the whole team that those other teams even have either. Denver, I'm not scared of Bo Nix, but they have a defense that might be as close to what Houston has, and that should at least give you some pause. If you're gonna, I still wouldn't mind playing them, honestly, myself, but it's not the easiest matchup.
And those are, well, at least Denver would be a road game, almost definitely at this point. And that's a thing this year. I usually don't get hung up on home road, but the Bills have 4 losses, 3 were away. Atlanta got all over them early, offensively and defensively, and then their offense kind of quelled, but they had enough to win by 10. Miami close to blew the Bills out, and that's not like a tough crowd or anything, but you are on the road, on grass. I mean, maybe there's the Bills have won there so many times. I'm not trying to make it a bigger thing. And then Houston was these pass rush teams. Maybe it's a question for Ross today. Like, how much of a difference is it really?
Home road
For that. And that would be a Denver issue. If the Bills had to, versus their being here last year, and they're not exactly the same. But I think that could be that's the kind of opponent where I think it might matter quite a bit where you're playing them. I don't know. Is New England this?
I don't feel like they are. No, I don't feel like they are. I think the thing that they did really well when they played the Bills was it was the first game of the year where the running game didn't work. And I think we have since seen mostly games where that gets shut down, the Bills can be in real trouble. And so I don't think of them as a team that's going to blow the doors off the edges or anything. And that run defense has taken a significant turn since Milton Williams has left their lineup. Their last, I think it's 3 or 4 weeks without him, they are near the bottom in a lot of run stuff that they were at or near the top in the first 11 weeks of the season, or 10 weeks.
It's 10 straight wins, the Patriots, and the lowest point output in any of those 10 games was their win here, 23. They have scored more than 23 points in every other of their 10 straight wins. Plus their other win earlier, they scored 33, but in their losses, it was 13 and 14. So defense is a part of it. When you win 10 straight, it's going to be a lot of things. But I think with New England, for me, it's mostly May. And when I watch him, he's hard not to be impressed by. I mean, obviously. But it looks like he gets lots of time, most games. He can move, even if it's just subtle footwork stuff. He's deft in the pocket and can run, and the ball is just perfect. And I guess guys get open enough for him to lead to that. But I think he has time. I don't know the metrics on him.
He's gotten sacked a pretty good amount, but I think it's a lot of that is not their line getting blown up. It's him just holding it too long. I think that might be he might be a key example in the sacks are a quarterback stat argument this year.
40 times.
So I mean, he does take he gets hit, but I don't think they're super necessarily leaky there. It's just that he gets greedy and holds it a little long.
Some of these could also be 1-yard losses running to the sideline to try to get away from pressure.
But to me, he is the thing about their team that is definitely the most intimidating. I'm not sitting here telling you that the defense can be easily had, but I just feel like if I can handle him, if I can keep him from making 1 or 2 of the incredible plays he made here, I think I can get him. The team, I mean, I think they can win, but they've got to find a way, and that's like playing Josh Allen. You got to find a way to try to not let him create something out of structure that just makes you go, oh my God, that's one of the plays of the year. and May did that a couple times against the Bills.
1 game-winning drive. That would be the game here. Tied late, drove to the winning field goal. May. 803-0550 is our number. We'll look for your phone calls after our first break here. Ross Tucker joins us at 4. Paul Hamilton will stop by at 6 for a Sabres review last night and preview tonight. They lose in Calgary. They're in Edmonton tonight. Mike Schopp and the Bulldog here. Thanks for listening. This is WGR.
twice since then. So think about that. That pressure on Chris Ballard. When you trade 2 first-round picks to go get Sauce Gardner, you're all in. And you look at your quarterback go down, and then you have to do something. This is a panic move to try and do something this year.
Pete Prisco. I mean, the Colts should go ahead and admit all that. Of course it's desperate. Who would say it isn't?
Right. Doesn't cost him anything other than embarrassment.
Just,
that there's no long-term damage to having Phillip Rivers there, even if he looks like a 44-year-old man should look, at least how I think a 44-year-old man stepping out of retirement to play after 5 years should look, which is not good.
I guess they make that determination starting today versus what they have in Brett Rippon, I guess, or if Leonard is healthy, the rookie from Notre Dame. Like, they'll have to decide that based on how he looks in these practices. Because if he doesn't look capable at all, like physically, if it looks like a terrible idea, then they'll look bad for stooping to this, you might say. Even if the other guys, clearly this is how they feel, probably don't give them any more confidence to get wins here.
They must have a decent amount of confidence that he'll look decent in practice, because if he worked out for them last night and they've signed him to the practice squad, like he cleared the first hurdle, like he passed the first test. He threw it well enough for them to go, okay, yeah, let's at least open the door to this.
Well, if you heard this story last night like I did, you might have had the thought, I wonder what Ryan Miller is up to.
Oh, boy. Right.
45.
Yeah, right. Who says he can't do it? He probably keeps himself in pretty good shape.
Right. Ryan Miller has played more recently than Phillip Rivers.
That's what we need, another goalie. They need a goalie that can actually play is what they really need.
The Sabres. They've never stop delivering or start. Charlie is with us. Hi, Charlie.
Hey, guys, how you doing?
Good, thank you.
Good. Listen, I've been James Cook's #1 fan, and I've been, even when you guys didn't like it, I was saying how we had to pay him. He's worth every penny, and right now, after 13 games, he's in second place in the NFL in rushing, over 1,308 yards, 5.8 yards rushing per average. He's been everything we said he would be. However, I'm just disappointed over these fumbles. I said, and you hate for me, you guys have got on me about comparing him, James Cooks, to O.J., Cookie, and Thurman. Well, let me say this. In their first 4 years, Cookie Gilchrist had about 25 fumbles. O.J. had 27, and Thurman Thomas had 22. This man has only had 8 fumbles, but I am demoralized over this recent rash of fumbles. And I think that we have a chance to win the Super Bowl. I said in the beginning of the year, we had a dip. I think we're hitting a point right now where we can be the best team in the NFL, and that's why we're rated over the Patriots by a point.
So what do you want to do here? What's the point going to be? What do you want to do about any of this?
I want to just sort of go on the record that while James Cook is worth the money, we can't win a Super Bowl if he can't hold that ball. And I don't know what, I'm just, again, I'm his biggest fan.
On the record.
I'm demoralized.
Right, well,
are you worried that your credibility would be questioned, Charlie, out there in the world if this didn't happen?
If it matters to you, you're okay with us.
Who cares?
I'm not going to worry about it.
Hey, listen,
I'm good with everybody.
Why don't we just replace the name James Cook with literally any other running back on a playoff team and say the same thing? No, let's just do that.
We do know that he in 4 years is beating OJ and everybody else.
Of course he is, because nobody fumbles anymore like in those days. Everybody is. I'm saying if you're calling to say, hey, guys, if my running back fumbles in the playoffs, I'm going to lose, I'm just telling you that's literally every team.
Yeah.
Especially at the goal line.
Every team has the same.
Cost you a touchdown.
Would have the same concern. If their guy fumbles at the 1, they're in trouble.
I want to tell you to not worry about it, Charlie. It just might be a bad run, and I don't know. Do you subscribe to? I don't necessarily, but you might. Get it out of the way now. Just get it out of your system, whatever. Because I don't see him necessarily being really careless. It just, it comes and goes. It's bad. It can just be bad luck. and guys making plays on you, punching the ball out. And I know, part of their job is to secure it, but I don't know. I'm not on like some sort of full alert. Oh my God, James Cook is going to drop the ball. He might, and I might be wrong. But I don't know. It's not something because I don't think there's any point in worrying about it because
we're predicting it.
It might happen. It might not. I mean, there's no knowing. I don't think he's changed or he's careless or something. I think it happens.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. And thank you guys.
Thank you.
All right, Charlie. Good talking to you.
I mean, that's just. I'm not either. I'm not. It's not anything I ever think about. You can.
I sometimes think about how the coach might react to it because it was only 2 years ago, right, that he fumbled on the first play of the game and then got benched.
Denver.
Right? So like that's happened, but that's before he really had established himself as what he is now. I mean, he's got 1,300 yards here through 13 games. I mean, he's having an incredible year on the heels of a really good year last year, and the touchdowns were what were so explosive about it. He's still sitting on 8, so we'll see. I like his chances to get to maybe 10 or 12, but he's not getting to 16. I would highly doubt unless he just goes crazy here in these last 4 games. But the yardage total is huge. You are off a little on the yards per carry. It's 5.3, not 5.8, but still excellent.
Me?
No, the caller, Charlie, said he's 5.8, which is so close to 6 that I wanted to look.
Oh, that's C.J. Spiller territory.
Right.
I'm looking at because it's come up, list of active players by career fumbles. They're all quarterbacks. Allen is 8th, 69. He has 69 fumbles. Same as Lamar. Russell Wilson, 111. Would Phillip Rivers be on this list, or he was retired? So no. We got to get to it here. How many fumbles would Phillip Rivers have? He would never sneak, right? That was his thing.
Right.
You never saw Phillip Rivers on a quarterback sneak.
And he wasn't one to be romping through the open field or anything either. So I mean, we would have fumbled in the pocket, I'm sure, plenty.
I mean, if he comes out now and starts running draws and sweeps. RPOs from Phillip Rivers. Look out. He fumbled the same as Wilson, 111 times. He has a chance to go back in the lead.
Nice.
Did you know that his Hall of Fame clock, if you will, resets?
If he gets on the if he gets on the active roster or gets in a game. I think if he gets on the active roster, it resets. So right now it isn't reset. He's on the practice squad. But I think if he graduates to the roster, I don't even know if he has to get in a game, but obviously if they put him on the roster, it's because they're going to play him. So I think those two things are probably, one and the same. Then, yeah, he resets because he's eligible right now. He was announced as a semifinalist. I think this year, this class.
For the 26 vote.
But if he gets on the roster, I think that resets to 0. He's got another 5 years.
Interesting. Would you care about that if you were Phillip Rivers or anybody? It can wait.
Sure. I mean, if I really want to play, if I think I can play, I think I can help this team. I have a relationship with the coach that goes back to days in San Diego. Okay, I don't think I'm going to be too bent out of shape about waiting another 5 years.
Allen has 77 rushing touchdowns in his career.
Right.
Rivers has 3. None since 2011. He's not a runner. Maybe that's
3.
Maybe for 5 years he's been out running, long distance, and he's ready. I don't know.
I know
he's
not a runner. If you had just asked me how many rushing touchdowns does Phillip Rivers have in his career, he played, what did he play, 17 years?
So far.
I would have told you he's got 10, I think at least. Like 1 a year almost, maybe. I would have gone to 17.
1 in the playoffs. So 4 if you include the playoffs.
Amazing.
Allen has another half dozen or so in the playoffs, I think. Probably around that. Maybe more. Larry is next. Hello, Larry.
Hey, gentlemen. How are we doing today?
Good, thank you.
As far as Rivers, I mean, God bless him. If he wants to get back on there on the field and put himself in that harm's way at 44, I mean, myself, I'm 45. I'm pretty sure at this point, if I played Madden, I'd probably pull a hamstring. I mean, holy cow. And then I guess a quick question, too, that you guys brought up the Hall of Fame stuff. Technically, so if he gets on the field, he's ineligible for the Hall of Fame. This would be his first ballot since he was a semifinalist.
Right.
If he does eventually get into the Hall of Fame, would he still be considered a first ballot Hall of Famer? Since this was technically he was on the ballot now.
Yes.
I think so, because he's going to be made ineligible, which sort of negates this whole exercise for this year. But it is a good.
That'd be a fun little question. But my real comment here is, and I might be in the minority here. I'm kind of hoping that the Bills stay at the 5th spot. I think honestly, the 5th seed as opposed to getting the 2nd seed, it seems to be like an easier path for them. Because right now, if I'm the 2nd seed, I don't know if I want to run into Houston in the first round. Obviously, if they can get up to the 1st seed, I mean, we're talking different. You get the bye to rest up. But I kind of love Buffalo where they're in at the 5th seed. I just wanted to kind of get your guys' opinion on that.
Well, they dropped to the 6th last night because the Chargers passed them. The Chargers have a tiebreak on them, so they're in the 6th slot right now. But the point holds. I was saying I was saying yesterday, if not even before that, I think I might rather. This is with Baltimore in the spot. I was like, well, I'll drop down and I'd rather go to Denver or I'd rather go to Jacksonville than deal with the Ravens. Now it's Pittsburgh, and look, that could flip 2 more times before we're done. So I don't want to get too married to any of this, but I liked how it looked yesterday a lot. I mean, the Bills were in the 5 spot, Steelers are in the 4, and even the other matchups weren't like crazy upsets to get you back home as soon as the divisional round. So I hear you. It's an extra game. You're not getting a week off. I mean, I would still much prefer to get the 1, but there's just such a slim chance of that happening.
I'm just afraid of everything right now. I'm afraid of everybody and everything.
We'll take a buyout.
Take a buyout?
You get a buyout.
Have I been offered one?
You get a buyout on anything that you're worried about.
Oh, the cash out?
Cash out, I meant.
That,
yeah.
Okay.
Take the cash out.
No, maybe I have some more of that to do, I guess. I do have one on Dallas to make the playoffs, and they are offering me some money, which I think is kind of funny. But, yeah, like, just I don't even want to say it. If it's the Steelers, if 4-5 is Pittsburgh-Buffalo, that game again, is it really going to go like that? Are the Steelers just, again, this year, going to limp into the playoffs and get crushed, this time in their own stadium? That hasn't been one of the outcomes yet.
That's right.
They're on the road. They went to Buffalo. They went to Kansas City, Baltimore last year, and just get beat badly, but not in their own place. But, again, I watched the game. The Bills just did that to them. The Bills have not won a road game since Kelly in the playoffs. And I don't think we're going too far in the direction of, oh, don't worry about it. At least it's not Kansas City. I do hear plenty of that. I feel like it's kind of in the right place mostly in the fan base for this, respecting these other teams. Maybe not the Steelers so much, but the guy saying that about the Texans, a lot of people are saying that.
Yep.
Just like, watch out. I don't know if they're saying that about Jacksonville in the same way. But when did the Bills beat Jacksonville down there? Not in the playoffs. I mean, it's meaningless, right? It's so long ago, some of these games, and why does it have to matter? But we are talking about, for a season where winning the Super Bowl was and still is the goal, this team, which has lost these road playoff games time after time, all in Kansas City, admittedly, are just going to win 3 of them. They're going to rip off a winning streak in road games unless they get the 5 and end up playing a 6 or 7 at home, which is possible. We think it might be that kind of a year. So there is that chance. I don't know. I get why they're a favorite or the favorite in the conference. I get the Allen point. What quarterback would you rather have? I get it. Their experience is not all bad. But this is what we're going to need, is a road winning streak in the postseason from a team that has just never done that. I mean, they have, again, tell me it's irrelevant because it probably is, but they have 4 road playoff games in history. Wins. 81.
2 of them came in 1 year. Yeah.
92, 92. Is there another one? Oh, in the 60s. Yeah, they beat the Chargers in the AFL Championship one of those times in San Diego. But, I mean, that's forever, and this is, we might need 3. Plus the Super Bowl, if you want to count that. You don't have to.
It's a lot.
It's a lot.
They get an extra week off before the Super Bowl.
That's right. They might be favored in all those games, though.
There is that.
They're favored this week. They might not be favored, or might they be favored if they went to Denver this week? Maybe. I think they're favored against everybody.
Yeah.
In the AFC this week. If it's New England, then
right.
off a bye.
Right.
They've beaten them. So, I mean, you can certainly be optimistic. Mike Schopp and the Bulldog here. Ross Tucker at 4. This is WGR. Up in about 12 minutes. Mike Schopp and the Bulldog here. Thanks for joining us today. Sabres at Edmonton tonight, having lost last night in Calgary, 7-4. We're just talking about the, again, possible playoff matchups for the Bills, and we spent a minute or two on the Steelers. Is it really going to be the Steelers and not Baltimore? So here's what it looks like. Pittsburgh wins in Baltimore, somewhat controversially, but they do, Sunday, to take a game lead. The Steelers have Miami Monday night in Pittsburgh. The Ravens go to Cincinnati on Sunday. The lines are about the same. Baltimore is a 2.5-point favorite. Pittsburgh is a 3-point favorite. It might seem like it more intuitively on Pittsburgh's side, but it's not. Like they're both about a field goal favorite. The Ravens then have New England the following Sunday night, and the Steelers go to Detroit. Baltimore has to play Pittsburgh even through these 3 games, and then if they beat them in the finale in Pittsburgh, they get it. That's my understanding of it. They would win the tie.
Okay.
The Week 17 matchups are Pittsburgh at Cleveland, Baltimore at Green Bay. So I would say slight to moderate advantage Steelers with the schedule.
Yep.
And the Ravens just don't look good. I mean, I don't know why, if it's Jackson's legs or just whatever. They don't get any pass rush, Baltimore. They're down at the bottom of the league in that department. They have injuries too. Is it really going to be the Steelers and not the Ravens?
The schedule is pretty compelling. I mean, it's not drastic, like I think you just said, but I think you like this week is easier. Next week might be even, right? New England and Detroit. Steelers are at Detroit. Baltimore's got New England at home. At Green Bay, forget it, versus at Cleveland. Like, that's not even close. To me, anyway, I think Pittsburgh's got the advantage schedule-wise. Just a question of can they keep their offense out of the ditch. They had a decent enough day on Sunday to beat the Ravens, but they've been bad almost all year on offense.
Bill showdown with the Patriots Sunday at 1. We'll talk to Ross Tucker after the update. Mike Schopp and the Bulldog, WGR. An easy and smart call for your holiday shopping season. The
The Buffalo Bills will be back on the practice field tomorrow as they gear up for a rematch with the New England Patriots. Tomorrow we'll also be able to give a report to the health of 4 players that missed Sunday's game in Joey Bosa, Terrell Bernard, Joshua Palmer, and Spencer Brown. Meanwhile, around the NFL, the Indianapolis Colts, according to multiple reports, are going to sign quarterback Phillip Rivers to their practice squad. If Rivers ends up elevated to the active roster, regardless of if he takes a snap, the 2026 Hall of Fame semifinalist will have his eligibility reset and would have to wait 5 more years upon another retirement. The Colts had lost Daniel Jones for the season, Anthony Richardson is still on injured reserve, and Riley Leonard is dealing with a knee injury. To hockey, the Buffalo Sabres playing tonight, continuing their 6-game road trip, the 4th of 6 games on the road away from KeyBank Center. The Edmonton Oilers, the opponent tonight. Puck drop set for 9 p.m. Pregame will start here at 8 on WGR. To baseball, ESPN's Jeff Passan reports that the Phillies are finalizing a 5-year contract extension for Kyle Schwarber, totaling $150 million. The 32-year-old slugger has been with Philadelphia for the past 4 years. Meanwhile, the Dodgers reportedly agreeing to a 3-year deal with closer Edwin Diaz. According to Passan, the deal worth a total of $69 million for the former Mets pitcher. This holiday season, we're kicking off Mission Give Where You Live to benefit Buffalo City Mission, powered by NYSEG. Going on through December 19th, you can donate brand new sweatshirts, sweatpants, hats, gloves, scarves, and non-perishable food items to help keep our community warm and fed. Just stop by any Dash's Market location and drop off your donation to the Mission Give Where You Live donation bin. If you're shopping online, you could still help out and give through the Buffalo City Mission's Amazon wish list. Sponsored by the Barnes Firm and Dash's Market, you can get more details on our website at WGR550.com. This update's brought to you by Paddock Chevrolet, celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership. I'm Derek Kramer for WGR Sports Radio 550. Ross Tucker joining Schopp and Bulldog coming up next.
Well, I'm not sure if this is the obvious question to start our conversation off with Ross Tucker with, but Ross is 46. Phillip Rivers making a comeback. Seems pretty crazy. On the line is Odyssey NFL insider Ross Tucker. Insider calls are brought to you by Nationwide. For your insurance and financial needs, Nationwide is on your side. Ross, I wonder if you're you and you hear this about Rivers, does it I'm not expecting you to say that it crosses your mind whether to make a comeback, but just like you might think about how impossible it would seem, or possible it would seem to do it. Rivers has been gone 5 years. Ross? No Ross. Well, Bulldog, would you care to answer the non-question that I...
Well, I predict Ross is going to say it's insane, but I don't have to be right about that. It's not something I've given a lot of thought. In fact, it's not something I would have willingly said if Ross hadn't not been there just now when we went to him to answer the question. But if we're wagering here, I'm gonna bet that he says it's insane.
This could be a cool new thing we do where we
bet on what our guests are going to say to us.
Yes, we guess on their answers. Ross, if you didn't hear me before, just the Rivers comeback.
I heard you.
Okay, good.
I heard you.
Good.
Sorry about that.
I heard everything you said. I had my phone on mute.
Sweet.
All right, you sound good now.
Let me tell you, I got 2 things to say. Number one, for those of you driving in your cars right now, if you ever going to go on a big radio station in Buffalo or any city with lots of people listening and the host can ask you a cool question, don't have your phone on mute. It does not work well, especially because I was in the middle of giving a terrific answer and had no idea I was on mute. Mm-hmm. And Mike goes, "All right, no Ross," and hung up.
Sorry.
Well, good thing we acted quickly then.
That's number one. Number two, I'll repeat myself, which is to say, I've thought about coming out of retirement, but I didn't want to have to reset my Hall of Fame clock. I just thought,
yeah, Yeah.
I mean, I haven't been able to get in for 18 years. The last thing I want to do is have to start over again.
Well, is it different in your mind for a quarterback to do this versus, say, a lineman? I mean, does this seem insane to you? Like Bulldog predicts, you will say.
No, I mean, the fact that Brady played at 45 doesn't make me think that, and Rodgers is playing at 42, doesn't make me think it's insane for a quarterback to try it at 44.
Damn it, I lost.
The being out 5 years thing is interesting. That's the part that's the most stunning. That's a long time. But it seems like the first couple of years he was out that this was like really talked about a lot.
Yeah.
And then the last couple of years it faded, but he's been coaching. You know, I think he lives a super healthy lifestyle. His one son is like, I think maybe a college quarterback. The other one's one of the top 10 in the country. So I feel pretty confident that he's been working out and training with them and throwing with them and helping them. So, I mean, if someone called me 5 years after I retired, I would have laughed in their face. But I was not still in the world of like training to be a professional offensive lineman. You know, I had lost 75 pounds and was, you know, would have had no chance whatsoever. He has still been throwing a football. I bet he's still about the same height and weight. He never moved anyway. He's not like he's going to, like, if he lost a step, we wouldn't know because he never actually took a step when he was playing. So I still think, this will sound weird, but on some level, coaching the last 5 years probably even opened some more things to his mind. But I will say that first game, if he does play, when he gets out there, that is going to be a wake-up call because he just hasn't seen that speed. He just hasn't seen what that looks like in a long, long time.
It's interesting to me that you got to the 5 years away is maybe a bigger hurdle or is a bigger hurdle than being 44. I guess it's one thing if you're still in the, you know, all the habits. I did read one account today that said he's thought to be 20 to 30 pounds heavier than he was when he last played. So, but again, I don't know how much of it.
That's an interesting note. Yeah. Old Phil let himself go, huh?
I don't know, let himself go, or he still looks like a really fit human being, just not an NFL quarterback anymore. Like, you know, like
maybe sometimes guys get really into like lifting weights afterwards. You know, maybe when he was a quarterback, he didn't want to weigh more than like 225 because he wanted to be able to move, and then he retired and he started lifting heavier to be like 245 and be all yoked.
Yeah. I'm sort of dug in on it being a really heavy, a big ask, in part because for years, as Brady was continuing to play, Ross, I don't know if I've ever broached this subject directly with you during our weekly visits here over the years, but I feel like Brady is like a one-off. Rodgers is still playing, but he's not the player he was, or, you know, Brady was still like kind of at the top when he was 42, 43, 44 years old. Rodgers has been, you know, a middle of the pack or worse, really, since he left Green Bay. So I've always felt like Brady was like a lie that is being told us, like to expect these great quarterbacks to play into their 40s and be really great. I think Brady's just a freak.
Brady's a freak on multiple levels. First of all, he's a total psycho in terms of like how he lives his life from a health standpoint. And I mean that as a compliment, but in terms of like how he works out, what he eats, I mean, he still is. I've seen him a couple times in the last, I guess I've seen him 3 or 4 times over the last 18 months. But twice I've seen him working out, you know, like he still gets up and he's there at 7 a.m. and going crazy in the gym. So he's still like that. But then also like the mentality, I think, was a little bit different, whereas it doesn't feel like Rodgers is really all in. It feels like Rodgers is still playing because he wants to still play, and it's still fun, and he has his reasons, but it doesn't feel like he's married to the game,
Mm-hmm.
And Rivers is a different situation because of his kids or whatever, but Brady was, until he wasn't, he was very, very much married to the game.
With Ross Tucker, the Bills rally past Cincinnati on Sunday to get to 9-4. Now it's Foxborough in a rematch with the first-place Patriots. If you have thoughts on Sunday's win, we'd love to hear them, and then we can look ahead to a big one Sunday.
Well, first of all, you know what's weird? It's weird to me how many times people will say, what was it like playing in all those snow games in Buffalo? I don't remember one when I was there. I really don't. I don't remember like a lot of snow. I remember freezing rain against the Arizona Cardinals in 2004. I remember one game where Ryan Lindell hit a field goal that got so caught up in a gust of wind that it came back and bounced at my feet like a boomerang. I don't remember like a big snow game. I mean, there might have been flurries, but I don't remember that. So I'm jealous, when I watch it or see it because it looks awesome. I mean, there's nothing better than that, and I'm glad that the new stadium will still have snow, at least for the participants on the field, if not in the crowd.
Mm-hmm.
So that's number one. Number two, I guess I just kind of feel like the Bills are on a roller coaster. I mean, I feel like every week we alternate oh, man, did you see the way they ran all over them, or the Steelers, or wow, Josh Allen, and then the next week it's like, yeah, that was disappointing. That was a bad loss. I don't know. Maybe they just won the last two in a row and I'm forgetting, but it feels like it's been a roller coaster this year that I don't know if that bodes well or not for the postseason.
Well,
you would think not.
They won 4, lost 2, won 2, lost 1, won 1, lost 1, won 2. That's their season.
No, you're right. I mean,
so
I don't think that's a great sign. We know that there's a gear that they can find that might be as good as anybody's or better, but yeah, a couple of these losses are games, Ross, where we're like everything is wrong. Houston was that kind of a game, so I mean they're in position at least, not first place, but in a playoff spot.
Yeah, and that's the biggest thing because you look at some of these other teams and you wonder, like the Chiefs pretty much are done, which is just a wild thing to say. And I do think we talked about this last week, but think about this. The two teams with the best record in pro football, the Broncos and the Patriots, they're both 11-2. They are both underdogs at home this weekend to teams without double-digit wins.
Right.
I mean, isn't that something?
Green Bay at Denver is the other one.
Yeah. I mean, that says something about something. I don't know what it is, but that says something about something.
I think it's not shocking that New England is an underdog, but I wouldn't have predicted it because they have the win over the Bills. They've won 10 straight, and haven't they covered most of those games? Like, it's not like they're just squeaking by. Denver may be a little bit more of that. But it's really a compliment to the Bills for them to be favored here because New England has really impressed, I would say.
I would agree. And they beat them earlier head-to-head.
Right.
And they're playing at home. So that is that's surprising.
A good sign, maybe. Insider calls are brought to you by Nationwide. For your insurance and financial needs, Nationwide is on your side. I wanted to ask you this one, another one that maybe we've never done with you. Research going back years now, this concept of teams having to, quote, establish the run and then benefiting in play action. We used to talk to Micah Hyde every week. This goes back before that because by then I'd already become indoctrinated into the thinking that you really don't have to establish anything play action is going to work. And this is one of these areas, Ross, where I think coaches see an edge in running play action a lot, whether their running game is working or not. Are you a subscriber to any of this? Play action passes being, having to run the ball first before it can work? Because I'm not sure that the data would point you to that.
Play action from under center is incredible, and the more you do it, the better off you are. I think that's pretty much just factual, number one. And then number two, I think if you are running it really effectively, then I do think the safeties are going to be a little bit quicker to come downhill than if you're not, in terms of establishing a run.
Mm-hmm.
I think most of the front seven guys, they have to kind of come downhill right now anyway. They have to honor their gaps in the run game regardless. I guess it's probably true that if you are really running it effectively, that maybe those guys would be trying to trigger and get downhill even faster, and certainly safeties. So I think if you run it more effectively, it probably opens up the play-action pass even more. That's not the same as saying you need to be running it effectively to run a play-action pass.
Mm-hmm. Right. I'm glad Mike thought to bring this up because Dan Orlovsky from ESPN does a weekly hit with the show that's ahead of ours with Chris Brown, the play-by-play guy for the Bills, and Steve Tasker. And Orlovsky, they were talking about play-action passing because the Bills did a decent amount of it on Sunday. And Orlovsky is always, I see him on social media and on these weekly hits talking about the value of under-center play-action passing for Josh Allen and the Bills. And he started talking about the linemen and how much or not they sell it, right? Because if there's, and this would be right up your alley, I think, right? If you're just immediately into like a pass blocking stance at the snap, that is going to decrease your effectiveness. But if you can sell it just for a fraction of a second, your head is more down rather than popping right up and stepping back, you can just sell them that it's a run along with the fake, that goes a long way.
I would say there's a tremendous amount of value on play action of everyone really selling it.
Right.
So the back really runs hard and really makes it look like he's taking the ball. The quarterback really gets as close as he can to the back, sticks the ball in there, and really makes it look like he's basically everything that Peyton Manning and the Colts used to do, like that's what you want to do. And yes, the offensive line is a major part of that, because that's really who they're trying to key usually to see whether or not it's run pass. Because they'll look at an uncovered lineman or they'll look at certain guys, and that will be their run pass key sometimes. And a lot of times it is linemen. And if the linemen, I remember distinctly, we played the Dolphins 2004, and we were both 0-4. And it was in Buffalo, and we had this goal line play action. And I came off so hard and low for like a yard and then stopped. And Zach Thomas and Moreland Greenwood both took a couple steps towards me. And I think it was Mark Campbell was wide open for a touchdown right behind him. And I said to Zach, I knew I was going to get you on that one. And he said, that's not me. That was Greenwood. But the point is the same.
Yeah.
The next day, Malarkey came up to me and was like, you're the reason we got that touchdown. I was like, well, thank you. I'm glad you noticed. But, the point was I really, really sold it. Really sold it. And it made a big difference because if you just kind of are going through the motions, they can see that. And if you're not really selling the run because you don't want to put yourself in a compromised pass position, they can see that. But if you really, really are coming off, if you really, really make it look like run, man, you can really, because they have to come downhill. Otherwise, they're going to be late. They're going to be late for the run.
Yeah, I'm so glad I heard this today. Ross, I've been in here for 30 years talking to countless, all these hours. It's not a point I'd ever thought about one time. The lineman's impact on play-action passing.
Yeah, and by the way, the reason, and Dan's probably said this, but the reason why under center play action is so good is because it takes longer for the fake. So when you do play action out of the gun, there's not really that many gun runs. Most of the time it's just inside zone away from the offset back. But then also it's kind of right away. Even like some of these RPOs, it's like, okay, shotgun snap, half-hearted, put it in the belly, and then throw the ball. I just don't think they buy that much. When you're under center, how long does it take before they know you didn't hand it off to that guy?
Right.
It takes like a full second. Second and a half maybe on some plays. That's why all the outside zone stretch stuff, play action is so good, is because it takes a lot of time, and you get the defense going horizontally. So it's a win-win. You have them running horizontally rather than getting up the field, and it takes a while until they figure out that you didn't give it to them.
That's exactly the play in my mind's eye. I see Peyton Manning and the Colts running, whether it's a handoff or not. That's
good at it.
That's the play. Ross, do you have Army-Navy?
Unfortunately, no. Second year in a row.
Bummer.
I do not. I have, as I'm kind of moving up, I guess, in the broadcasting world, I have the Jets at the Jaguars for CBS on Sunday, which means during the Army-Navy game, I will be at the Jets hotel, talking with their players and coaches and whatever. And so second year in a row where that is the case, and I'm not able to do Army-Navy on the radio, which is my favorite game of the year, favorite day of the year. But these are growing pains, I suppose. And I will miss it. I will watch as much of it as I am able, and that's the answer. So huge bucket list item. Recommend to everybody.
I wonder if you'll get to see Justin Fields go back in with Taylor Hurt if Taylor is unable to play. Could be an interesting call there.
That is interesting because Fields was inactive on Sunday because he, I don't know what the word is, but he reported knee soreness after practice last week.
Yeah. Wonder if that's gotten better.
I wonder if it's even a situation where they'll even tell us, if they might try to go back to what they were doing earlier in the year and keep it quiet who the quarterback is.
Aaron Glenn will want you to ask that one reporter. He knows everything. He'll point you in that direction. Samini. Thank you, Ross. Enjoy the trip to Jacksonville.
Sounds great. See you guys.
All right, there's Ross Tucker, Odyssey NFL Insider. His calls are brought to you by Nationwide for your insurance and financial needs. Nationwide is on your side.
What's the better gig? Army, Navy, or Jets, Jaguars? What's the better gig?
The NFL's the NFL, but I Ross didn't exactly say it, but how he's told us so many times how much he enjoys that spectacle.
I know, but do they send their top crew?
Right.
To Army, Navy?
I don't think so. That's sort of what he's saying. Like I've graduated to I'm needed on a Sunday, and so I'm not at the level anymore where I'm in the mix for Army, Navy.
Plus Army, Navy was radio.
That's right.
This is TV.
Right.
All right, I'll go with Jets, Jaguars.
Yeah.
The Jaguars are in first. Anybody have a thought on them? Right now, that's our opponent. 803-0550 for your calls. We're wide open until Paul joins us at 6. Paul Hamilton to talk some Sabres who are in Edmonton tonight. Mike Schopp and the Bulldog here. This is WGR.
didn't sin so long, all the feels are gone. Fella stopped me on the street last night, said everything's alright. Roller coaster, make it through the day upright. It seems your meal ticket is gone, but life goes on. I could never imagine something better. Yeah, right. Now you're cooking on high heat in the middle of the street. Roller coaster, take me to a better time. Let's go! All sing your high line with the roller coaster of life. Yeah. It's time to all choose your timeline on the roller coaster of life. You seem to easily forget how to place your bet. When everyday life gets you down, you gotta steal the crown. Got to own it. Don't bitch and moan about it, please. God forbid you scrape your knees, and it's nothing to sneeze at. Oh, I've told you over and over again. You gotta get both hands around it and make your own plans. Roller coaster, it's taking over, it's about time. Oh, oh, sing your high line on the roller coaster of life. You've got to all choose your time.
back MJ Devonshire and releasing offensive lineman Nick Broker. Around the NFL, the Indianapolis Colts reportedly signing quarterback Phillip Rivers to their practice squad, according to multiple reports. The NFL yesterday deciding to flex the Week 16 Sunday Night Football matchup. The New England Patriots and the Baltimore Ravens elevated to primetime in place of the Cincinnati Bengals against the Miami Dolphins. To hockey, game day for the Buffalo Sabres. They are still looking for their first win of this road trip. Buffalo taking on the Edmonton Oilers tonight. Puck drop set for 9 o'clock tonight. Pregame will start here at 8 on WGR. To baseball, ESPN's Jeff Passan reporting that the Phillies are finalizing a 5-year contract extension for slugger Kyle Schwarber, totaling $150 million. Meanwhile, the Dodgers reportedly agreeing to a 3-year deal with closer Edwin Diaz for a total of $69 million. Those are your Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership. I'm Derek Kramer. You're listening to WGR.
Josh Allen has 34 touchdowns right now. That's second in the NFL. And this is a down year. Feels like for the season, we've been trying to figure out what was the Bills' offense going to become. 17 times play action, most. 159 yards, most. 7 10-plus yard plays, most. And touchdown passes, too. So I know we're critical of the wide receivers, and it may show itself again. But if you're Buffalo, this is the formula for what your game plan should be moving forward.
Dan Orlovsky, ESPN. We just talked to Ross Tucker on this subject of play-action passes, and I think Ross gives us a good place to re-enter talking about the season as being on a roller coaster ride. And, you know, I get that. I think that works. Does it have to be a bad sign or anything like that? Or even could somebody argue that it's good? I don't know. I don't think I would. This season has reminded me some, although it's going better than that one, of that one Bills year after the Super Bowl run, where in 94, they had good days. They blew out Montana's Chiefs. They beat Miami badly. They beat Miami twice with Marino in 94. It was funny. But then they had too many days where they couldn't get right. It's not a good comparison. It's only really a Bills comparison. What's similar is you've had a run of success, and now for the first time they're looking up in the standings. Well, not the first time. Miami 2 years ago was also this.
Right.
But it's rare. They won that division. They'll be hard-pressed to win this one. That part of it is somewhat the same. But this team has a real shot. I mean, we know that, right?
I think we do, yeah. I mean, I think this team would have a real shot even if we weren't living in sort of an upside-down world conference-wise. But the fact that we are, at least as of now, we'll see about Baltimore and Kansas City, whether they can get there. I mean, the odds are longer for Kansas City because they have two teams ahead of them in the division that they're not likely to catch at all, whereas Baltimore is only a game back now of Pittsburgh and they play them again. So we'll see if they can get right enough to win enough to make that really matter when they meet at the end. But it's obviously one of the big reasons the Bills are still the favorite that they are, is that, you just don't believe in, the people betting. The odds makers do not believe in the teams at the top yet because they've just not seen them do it. And Allen is such a super freak that you get in a game with him against one of these teams that's not proven they know how to, they know the moves here in January, then it feels like it's wide open. And so that's another reason why. But I think I would still feel like they have a chance. They have a chance anytime they've got that dude. They've had enough good days, even this year, for me to say, if they had to play Baltimore or Kansas City, like if they were to squeeze in, that I still would I'd like my chances just fine. I think it's a year where maybe anybody could do it. Yeah, I had the thought. I was really glad that I heard the Orlovsky piece. I didn't know you were going to bring up play-action passing to Ross. But the thought that I had, and this might be silliness, I don't know. We have talked through the years. We brought it up with you brought it up with Eric Wood yesterday. Again, I think. What are you holding back? right? Is there stuff you want to have that you can, go to that you are pretty confident is going to work, but you don't want to show too much of it because you want to be able to spring it on someone when you really need it. And I've heard Orlovsky for years on that show and just on other platforms talking about the value of under center play action passing. And I wonder, that's not a play call per se, right? It's not a scheme. It's a facet of a passing play. And he's always talking about how much of a skeleton key it is and how excellent Allen's numbers are when doing it. And I wonder if that's this year. And maybe they feel like they need to lean into it already, or the matchup dictated that they do. I just wonder if we'll see that maybe, depending on maybe we'll see it a lot more on Sunday against the Patriots. And then, if they get that one and they're in the race, then maybe they keep with it, or maybe they put it back there in the corner and unveil it in January again. Like, use it as much as they used it on Sunday. It's always something that they have in the arsenal, but what did Orlovsky say? 30-some% of their passing plays were that's got to be a season high. Maybe even a high since Brady's been there OC.
In the game against Cincinnati.
Right.
Let's go to Zach here. Hi, Zach.
Hi, guys. I know I'm getting a little bit ahead of myself now, considering the season's not even over, and they're currently the 6th. But would it not be better, kind of, if they're the 5 versus winning their division somehow, looking at the possible road ahead? I'm going to assume that Pittsburgh wins their division. I don't want to assume, but I think they will. So I kind of love seeing them on the road there in the wild card. And, if they are to get this division, Buffalo that is, I kind of feel like they're playing their guys in Week 18 and then still have to play the next week anyways. I think if they get in a scenario where the 5 is in the window and they could either go to Pittsburgh and then round 2 they play the Chargers possibly at home, or go to Jacksonville in the divisional, and then you leave Houston to deal with, I guess Houston or Kansas City possibly, to deal with New England or Denver in the first round and second round. Like, that seems kind of ideal to me. Like, I know the team doesn't think like this, like they're playing to win, obviously, but the 5 kind of sounds nice, in my opinion.
Well, thanks, Zach. Getting to the 1 would be better if you could do it. And that's around 5% or less to do. Not only do you have to run past New England, but you've got to get Denver out of there too.
Right.
And maybe someone else. So I wouldn't ever think that the 5 is better than the 1. But is it better than the 2? Interesting to think about. It probably will happen. There'll be a lot of shuffling here. There's still 4 weeks left. Where Houston ends up versus Jacksonville or even Indianapolis, the Chargers with still a chance at Denver. They'll play them again.
Yep.
They both play the Chiefs too. Do the Chiefs get there? Could still see
That's
the
right.
Ravens.
They're in the same boat that the Bills are in. Same records, 2 games back. What was the head-to-head? Denver beat the Chargers.
Denver won by a field goal.
So the Chargers are in the same spot. I don't know the tiebreaker permutations for them should they end up tied there. But
the Chargers beat Denver.
Okay.
In week 3, 23-20.
All right.
Denver had 9 first downs. LA had 29.
Wow.
So they're
even in better shape than the Bills.
The Patriots and the Broncos, like Ross said, what a season. We've been hearing and saying that for a long time now. They just don't lose. I mean, they've each won 10 straight, New England and Denver. But this has been the case for most of the season, is those two and how different the season is. But then you have teams like, I guess you could include Houston. We saw them. They were on Sunday night. I think we kind of know Houston at this point. But still, the Chargers, the Colts, maybe, the Jaguars for sure, the Baltimore-Pittsburgh thing, like whoever it is, somebody's going to be considered a little bit dangerous. I mean, the Ravens maybe more so than the Steelers if they run the Steelers down. You just got, leaving the Bills out, you've got a number of teams, several teams here who really make you wonder just what they are. Lack of experience, winning experience, all of them.
Right.
What will that look like? The idea of, this is, I think, the caller's sentiment, and I think it's that of many fans right now is, well, okay, If I got to go to Trevor Lawrence and Aaron Rodgers again, or even Bo Nix, I'll do it. I can imagine a worse fate.
It just dawned on me that if you leave Baltimore out, if Pittsburgh gets that division and Baltimore is on the outside looking in, the most experienced quarterback in the field outside of Allen is Rodgers, who's, of course, way more experienced than Allen even is. But he is the next most playoff tested, whatever you're looking for in that department.
What's everybody else put together?
It's Rodgers, right? Nix has got one game. May doesn't have any. Lawrence has one game or two because they won one and then lost.
Yes.
Is that right? Herbert has
2.
Okay.
One against Lawrence that they were way ahead and then lost. One against Houston last year that went terribly.
Stroud has won a couple, or at least one time, right? They beat the Browns that one year, so he's got at least 2.
They won last year.
Okay.
They lost in the second round both years.
All right.
Yeah.
There's a lot of green there.
How many playoff starts does Allen have?
I mean, it's.
Do you have that?
I don't, but it's not hard. It's been 3 twice, so that's 6. The Houston game is 7, and then 2 the other years. I think. Am I leaving one out?
Yes. It's 2 3 times.
Okay.
3 2 times.
All right.
And 1 time. Right?
Yeah, I skipped a year there.
It's 13. He has 13 playoff starts. Aaron Rodgers has 21. It's not that many more.
No, that's right. But everybody else is in single digits, like we just ran down.
Yeah. It's fun to think about. Here's Joe next. Hi, Joe.
Hi, guys. This is Joe from Buffalo. How you guys doing today?
Good, Joe. Thank you for calling.
I just kind of wanted to. I pretty much agree with what the last caller said. Every year I've almost liked if the one seed's not available, which it hasn't been really. That game just. I feel like it's better than that bye because you play a team that you almost you know you have a really good shot against them and you keep the guys fresh and keep them ready to be in action, and it's just that's always been my thought about that is you play that team and you keep them out there instead of sometimes with that week off might actually hurt them, and I really like our chances of going down that path instead of having the bye, and I just appreciate it.
Yep, sure.
All right.
I wouldn't want I'd rather have the bye.
I disagree as strongly as I can disagree without yelling. There's no need to yell. No, I mean I think the Bills have paid a hard price some of these years for having to go hard even in Week 18. So having the week off, I just think this is something that I think can be really beneficial.
What we might end up at is discussing who might need to sit or who the Bills might want to have sit those last couple of games or that last game in particular, depending on the stakes.
Mm-hmm.
Like they're in a spot right now, if they win Sunday, they're probably running to the end, like last year, just hoping that New England trips. Even if New England loses to Baltimore, especially if New England loses to Baltimore, you're doing this. I think you're going for the division title to play at home and all of that. But the way last year played out, you kind of wish you didn't have to sprint to the end of the regular season.
And certainly 2 years ago, same thing. I mean, they suffered injuries in Miami, a game they needed to win the division at all, and then suffered more injuries in the wild card game. So just avoiding another game to me is a huge – I mean, just watch the games this year. Every game we come out of, it's like this week is really the exception to the whole season because there was very little in that department coming out of this game against Cincinnati. Every other week, it's like Monday afternoon, Sean McDermott's there with a list of guys that are week to week or day to day or we'll see, and oh my gosh. So every week takes a toll. You get to take one off. before the playoffs start, I just think it's a huge advantage.
Last year they did get to rest Allen and some guys in the New England game, but you can't just rest everybody. The year before, though, is when they had to win in Miami.
Right.
And it took a toll. 803-0550, looking at the playoff picture. How do you see it? Mike Schopp and the Bulldog, WGR.
in Denver's last game against the Chiefs, I had the Chiefs win that game just for fun and see what happened, and it moved the Bills up into the number 1 spot, and it brought Kansas City into the 7th seed, which I thought was real interesting. Would Bills fans take the number 1 seed today if it meant Kansas City's also in the playoffs? And I think I would, because I want the number 1 seed, and I'm not scared of Kansas City.
I would, I think, too. And I'm not scared of Kansas City per se, but they're still not dead.
Right.
And if they are to make it, they'll have done. That's the Week 17 game. Week 18 is Denver Chargers. But nonetheless, if they are to make it, everybody's going to be talking about what kind of role they're on. And,
right.
Good luck to whoever draws them, whether that's Denver or New England or even the Bills. There's probably a 2-7 Bills-Chiefs scenario out there. Maybe Colin will get back on that machine. I've got it up, too. I always have the machine up.
Right.
I've had the machine up on my screen for 3 weeks or whenever it opened. It's been a couple of weeks at least. So, yeah, bring on those computations out there, scenarios. Chiefs go Chargers at home this week. They're probably favored. Field goal, maybe?
Sure.
We'll get it.
I've got the schedule open here. I'll tell you in a second.
At Tennessee, Denver at home, at Las Vegas. That's Kansas City's road. And they need them all, probably, to have any shot. Yesterday I saw if they won them all, they'd be 54% to make it.
They are a 4.5-point favorite.
Against the Chargers.
Chiefs against the Chargers.
Wow.
In KC. Yeah.
Wow, we just can't quit them. People can't quit them.
Right.
Thanks, Colin. We'll talk some more after sports. Mike Schopp and the Bulldog, WGR. Mike Schopp here for Paul Davis.
field again tomorrow as they gear up for a rematch with the New England Patriots. Tomorrow we'll also give an update on the health of 4 players that missed Sunday's game in Joey Bosa, Terrell Bernard, Joshua Palmer, and Spencer Brown. The Bills did make a roster move today with their practice squad, signing cornerback MJ Devonshire while releasing offensive lineman Nick Broker. Around the NFL, the Indianapolis Colts signed quarterback Phillip Rivers to their practice squad, according to multiple reports. If Rivers ends up elevated to the active roster for Indianapolis, regardless if he takes a snap or not, the 2026 Hall of Fame semifinalist would have his eligibility reset and would have to wait 5 more years upon another retirement. The Colts, meanwhile, have lost Daniel Jones for the season. Anthony Richardson is still on injured reserve, while Riley Leonard is still dealing with a knee injury. To hockey, game day for the Buffalo Sabres, still looking for their first win of the road trip. Game 4 of 6 on this lengthy trip. Taking on the Edmonton Oilers tonight. Puck drop set for 9 o'clock. Pregame will start at 8 o'clock here on WGR. To baseball, ESPN's Jeff Passan reporting that the Phillies are finalizing a 5-year contract extension for Kyle Schwarber, totaling $150 million. The 32-year-old slugger has been with Philadelphia the past 4 seasons. Meanwhile, the Dodgers reportedly agreeing to a 3-year deal with closer Edwin Diaz. According to Passan, the deal is worth $69 million for the former Mets pitcher. This holiday season, we're kicking off Mission Give Where You Live to benefit Buffalo City Mission. It's powered by NYSEG. Going on through December 19th, you can donate brand new sweatshirts, sweatpants, hats, gloves, scarves, and non-perishable food items to help keep our community warm and fed. Just stop by any Dash's Market location and drop off your donation in the Mission Give Where You Live donation bin. Shopping online? You can also give through the Buffalo City Mission's Amazon wish list. It's sponsored by the Barnes Firm and Dash's Market. You can get more details at WGR550.com. This update's brought to you by Paddock Chevrolet, celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership. I'm Derek Kramer for WGR Sports Radio 550.
It's Mike Schopp and the Bulldog.
Hard salami's okay, but it's not as good, right? Although maybe if you're French vanilla, you'd be like hard salami.
You mean the best vanilla?
The fake vanilla.
The delicious vanilla?
Fake vanilla.
The creamy vanilla without sand and dirt in it?
It's Mike Schopp.
I like that
sand
one.
and dirt. The beans.
Yeah.
The specks.
Yes.
Are the problem.
Yeah, it's granular.
The actual what vanilla is, the absolute worst take you've ever had. Because it's on different levels of offensiveness.
I have a lot of questions. Number 1, how dare you?
And the Bulldog.
Maybe when you first made the ice cream, they were interested in making it, I don't know, good, and added cream to it to make it creamy, thus ice cream, not ice sand, ice gravel.
People, what do we even do?
I mean, what are we talking about?
Help.
Police! Help! Police! Help!
On WGR Sports Radio 550.
To your calls again in just a moment. Look at the playoff picture. What do you see? Hearing from fans the last 2 days that kind of like how it looks, even with the Bills 2 games back of their opponent Sunday, New England, 803-0550. I like this from Steve Palazzolo today. Not to turn it into a Chiefs conversation. We were just talking about, like, one guy had a hypothetical, would you rather have the 1 and have Kansas City in the playoffs or not and not? I chose
I would
the
choose
former.
1, yeah.
But for all the time we spend harping on what the Bills haven't done right in terms of their roster build, here's Kansas City at 6-7, and there's plenty being said about what they don't have, whether that's good enough receivers, you have that, their line has broken down, just even in terms of their offense alone. Steve writes, seeing all the questions about how the Chiefs are not building around Mahomes, here's what they have done. 1, built a defense that is number 1 in points per game allowed since 2022. He's got that advantage. Mm-hmm. Their defense has been great, mostly. 2, top 5 cap hit in the offensive line over the last 2 years. Second this year. They've had injuries. Mm-hmm. They got that one guy who's always holding people, Taylor.
Or false starting, yeah.
Or false starting.
Right.
The Simmons, people were really excited that he was ready for the season on time health-wise, but he hasn't had a season. He left them for a few weeks,
right,
and now he's hurt again.
Now he's hurt, right.
So they've tried, but they don't have it. And also 3, they've drafted 2 wide receivers and 2 offensive tackles in the first 2 rounds the last 3 seasons. This is one we have with Brandon Beane a lot, which like, why haven't you invested in wide receiver? Well, he has. That's Coleman. That's Kincaid. Has to count.
Pass catcher, sure.
And then you have the free agents. I mean, it's not Justin Jefferson, but they haven't ignored it. Like we would have said 3 years ago, they've ignored it, other than the Diggs trade, because they weren't spending those draft picks on those positions. So Palazzolo makes a good case here that it's not that they haven't made efforts to do what seems obvious to all of us to support Patrick Mahomes. It just isn't working. And he finishes by writing, my entire timeline is hyping the Dolphins and rebuilding the entire Chiefs franchise from the ground up.
Yeah. There is some of that. I did see, the line. I'm well aware of what's going on there. I think a lot of people just follow and casually are aware of the injuries they've had there. And yeah, I mean, I saw Matt Verderame, who's great whenever we call on him. I don't know if he's ever said no when we've called him, and he's really plugged in. And he commented, someone, I don't know, one of the shouty shows, I don't know, was tweeting how, like, their line is a debacle. Like, no, their line's young. They've got young guys. They're hurt right now, but they should be in good shape. They're moving forward. It's not maybe going to come together this year because of the injuries they have, but they don't have to do any kind of wrecking ball there. The center is still excellent and young enough that he's got years in front of him, I think, Creed Humphrey. And Simmons will eventually be, I think, like he was excellent when he showed up. It's just, he's had an uneven year. I don't know how much you want to hold against him and having to leave, take care of a personal matter. But he did that, and then he got hurt shortly after returning, I think. So that's really more bad luck than anything else. So yeah, I don't buy that they haven't put a team there. I think the line probably Simmons even specifically, because that's a spot Matt always is harping on to us. The last couple of years, why aren't the Chiefs as explosive as they used to be? Aside from the league-wide trend, why do they have such a hard time offensively? And it's been protecting him, and especially left tackles. I think they've got that right. It just isn't going to matter for them this year.
Your guy Worthy might not be good.
That might be right. Him and Coleman are in a dead heat, maybe. Although at least Worthy hasn't been thrown out of the lineup yet.
Not yet. Here's Austin with us. Hi, Austin.
Hey guys, long-time listener, big fan of you guys.
Thanks.
I've been playing around with that playoff machine online all day. Like one thing that I keep coming back to is the possibility of the Chiefs running the table and getting the 7th seed. In a scenario that could set up, and I haven't heard anyone else mention this yet, is Chiefs going to New England and beating them, which we can all see happening. The Bills taking care of the Steelers, and then Jags or Texans, I don't know who'd win that game, doesn't really matter. Then that sets up a scenario where the Chiefs can go to Denver and possibly beat them and get in the AFC Championship game as the 7th seed. Bills take care of one of those other two teams, and then we're in a scenario where the Bills they have one final game at Highmark in the AFC Championship game against the Chiefs. Man, that'd be pretty cool.
Sign me up.
None of that really sounds that outlandish to me. I can see that happening. So.
Yeah, sign me up. Oh, sorry, Austin. Thanks, and for the compliments. I'm starting to get the feeling that we just. Not to single out Austin, but he sounds like a lot of people have sounded to me lately, which is we just do not care or have a minute for the Jacksonvilles and the Chargerses and the Broncoses. Like we just, whatever. And I wouldn't be so sure about that. I mean, these are going to be road games probably.
Mm-hmm.
There's some good defenses in this conference. That's the year we're having this year. Denver, Houston, Jacksonville, even L.A. L.A.'s thing is they can't protect Justin Herbert anymore. He's playing with a broken hand.
But they did a lot of hell raising with that defensive line last night.
They were so good. They were taking the ball away multiple times on one play.
Right.
And they won it on a great defensive play in overtime by whoever that was that tipped that pass. So I don't know. Like Austin didn't call to say really any of that. Sign me up for that. Everything you said, though. You want to send the stadium out on a Chiefs-Bills AFC Championship game?
Right.
So, okay,
right.
I'm in.
Right. There's a scenario where, like, if I'm picking and choosing my way through, I would like to avoid the Chiefs. But if you're just sitting here today saying, would you sign up for that? I mean, I'm in the AFC Championship game at home. Yeah, absolutely, I'm doing that. And I'm not that worried about whether I was the 2 or the 5 or the whatever. I just, it's obviously not a 1 seed conversation. It's just I've made it that far. Sure, I bring that on.
Thanks again, Austin. Here's Anthony with us. Hello.
How you doing, guys?
Great.
Guys.
Yeah.
Now, if the Bills on the table and they tie New England during the season, what happens?
New England has to lose to the Jets or Dolphins.
So New England has to lose and win Jets or the Dolphins.
Yes. Okay. Yeah, that's your only chance at winning the AFC East is winning Sunday, winning the rest of your games, and having New England lose one of those division games, or dropping one of your remaining games and having New England lose them both, which good luck getting that to happen.
Right.
Andrew is next. Hi.
Hey, fellas. You kind of just hit on what I was going to talk about. I think that the road games are what scares me, especially with this team. We beat Lamar, we beat Mahomes, and we beat Burrow at home, and we lost to Penix, Mills, and Tua on the road. And I was looking at the stats. Allen threw for less than 200 yards, I think, in all those away games. I guess, what is your confidence level taking our show on the road? And do you have any thoughts as to why the offense struggles so much outside of the obvious, road noise?
I think it's a good question. I don't have a theory. This came up earlier, and I brought it up, how they have these road struggles this year, but I'm usually not inclined to put much weight into that. It's not a big deal to me, home road, splits, but it is pretty stark. In fact, I wasn't even thinking about the Houston game being Mills until you said Mills. Like, oh, that's right. You didn't even have Stroud there.
Right.
So I don't know if it's a good question to bring up, and maybe other people have theories on this. The first thing, and before I even say it, this team historically has not had this. Like, they have won tons of road games, big games, night games. This year, they just fell down in a couple of those spots. Does that have to mean they will continue to do that? No. So I don't know. I don't have a theory on it, but I started to say something else, I guess. I've never really cared about this too much. It's more the matchup. Oh, I know what I was going to say. You do have and this was said earlier as well, the matter of pass rush with the home crowd.
Right.
And the timing.
2 of those games, Miami's the outlier. That was just a messed up day. 16-0 into the third quarter. Like, what is going on there? But Atlanta and Houston in different ways. Atlanta was blitz and good disguise, and the Bills just never got there. I think being on the road played a part in that. The communication is going to be harder. Houston, I don't know. There are people that will tell you that they are a wildly different. I think maybe some of the stats back it up. They're a very different team away from home. But I don't know. Was that in evidence at all Sunday night in Arrowhead? They looked great, on the edges. So it was really an inability to handle pass rush on the road. That's the toxic combo, I think, in those 2 opponents. And I don't know that, every other road game. Denver is also excellent at that. Jacksonville's defense is good. Maybe it'll be a problem no matter where they go. But I think certainly Houston is not a place I'm eager to see them have to play again.
They should have lost, though, the Texans, don't you think? They really were lucky to win that game. Kansas City was just at its bumbling best. The Kelsey play is like, here's a touchdown. And, that was pretty much the difference in the game. They scored again right at the end, but didn't really need to. The drops. I guess that in Houston's defense, or to their credit, that's likelier to happen when you raise hell like they do.
Yeah.
You're putting the Chiefs under serious pressure, but I thought they were handed that game. When that game was in the third quarter and Kansas City tied it 10-10, like, Houston cannot move the ball here. How are they going to do it? On offense, what they got, which I also think is largely lucky, is they got a couple of big third and long conversions where Stroud had to get out and still made those plays. Are good plays, but you can't survive on that. And they're not going to be at home either. That game was not a home game. Still.
Right.
I don't know what I want to do with the Texans. I'm not that impressed.
I would still give them credit for just, that was such a low-scoring game that, to me, the defense was impressive, regardless if Kelsey would have caught another pass.
Mm-hmm. They weren't going in or anything when he caught that pass.
I would still give him credit there. But yeah, maybe being on the road is the big thing with them. Hopefully, if you have to deal with them, that's not going to be the case, and maybe that will make enough of a difference. I mean, despite how hard that game was physically for Allen and for all of us to watch, I mean, just nothing came easy. They're there at the Houston 20-yard line with a chance to score and win the game at the end. So maybe being at home, it just brings it that much more in your favor. You don't have to deal with that crowd.
Next up is Zach. Hi, Zach.
Hey, guys, got to take on the matchup, but I just want to say, as much as it would be nice to be, way ahead in the AFC East, like we've been the last couple of years, I do appreciate these, looking at these matchups. And a couple callers ago, 5 and 7, that's crossed my mind. I have not sure how to look up. If we had a 5 host a 7, well, the 7's relatively new, but if we had a wild card team host another wild card team on either NFC or AFC, I'm curious to know about that. But I really called about the Patriots. I think May's legit, but I think they're very young. I think a couple of tougher matchups in this 10-game run for them, and they might be looking at a similar record that the Bills have. They've had a lot of luck. Randomness hasn't found them yet. They've had the injury bug is just starting to hit them. You're starting to see a little regression with Diggs, kind of like he did his last year or two here, where he gets these 3 catches for 29-yard games. And their defense has really given up a lot with that defensive lineman out on the ground.
Milton Williams,
Yeah. If the Bills lock in this time of year, it just seems like what they do. I'd love for the drama, whether the Bills get or not, to take this to the end, all the way even to, the Jets game for the Patriots would be nice, but it'd be fun to take this to Week 18 for both teams. But I'm intrigued either way.
It's fun.
So weird now, where I think like mediocre, middling teams kind of get to the Super Bowl, kind of like the Chiefs did last year. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you. I don't know how many 7s have ever won a playoff game. I think Green Bay was a 7 when they won in Dallas. That might be the only time. But I bet there are other... I know there's been a... What were the Rams and the Niners when the Rams went? Like a 4 versus a 6 or something like that. The Bucks were a... The Bucks were a 5 with Brady when they won it. They beat the higher seeds.
They didn't host a game, though.
No, not until the Super Bowl.
Right. But we were talking about this yesterday, and look, it is not something that happens frequently, but I feel like a lot of fans are thinking this. I'm certainly thinking this with the instability maybe is not the right word for it, but the lack of familiarity, we don't have the kingpin teams up there, so it makes sure, I could see the Chargers beating, this is yesterday, I could see the Chargers beating Jacksonville, and I could see whoever taking out Denver, and then I'm home. Yeah. It feels, and again, the whole thing's going to shuffle, and we'll see what it ends up really looking like. Baltimore and Kansas City are not dead. They both could still be in the pool. And that might change a lot about how we're all feeling about this matchup or that matchup. Not that I'm down on talking about it. I mean, it's that time of the year. You look at the standings and play with your playoff machine and have your fun and try to figure out what's the easiest path. I'm doing that. And it does feel more possible this year than that's all I can say. I'm not telling you it's going to happen or it's got to happen. But because of the teams at the top not being proven playoff teams, you can see the upsets happening more readily, I think.
I appreciate the caller just now multiple times pointing out that this is really fun this way. I feel that way. It's definitely not the joyride a couple of other of these recent seasons have been, where it's so smooth. Obviously, it's not that, but they are 9-4. And I think it is really fun right now. There are years like this in the NFL. And the NFC is mostly the same thing, where you had the Bears as the 1 seed before Sunday. I mean, what? It's really fun this way. And to have at least the Bills and maybe other teams, Baltimore, Kansas City, I don't know, Philadelphia, who have had playoff success, have to get through on the road will be a really interesting thing, whether they can do it. I think almost any, maybe a question for Joe and Sam later in the week, almost any AFC playoff matchup you can think of right now that's realistic, or just use the ones we've got. The spread is 3 or less. Ross Tucker pointed out that the 2 top teams in the NFL by record, this says a lot, are both home underdogs this week. The Patriots by 1.5 and Denver by more than that. Green Bay at Denver, and Denver's like more than a field goal underdog at home. The Packers are not above losing a game like that. They lost to Cleveland. So it's a fun year.
Yep. That's 2.5 right now, I see.
2.5, okay.
Yep.
Still.
Yep.
So many different ways to illustrate it. It is fun like this. One of my favorite seasons was 1980. It's one that I often sort of watch back and kind of relive. The 80 playoffs. 79 would have been Pittsburgh Steelers, 4 Super Bowl wins in 6 years. Houston, Miami maybe, New England, Denver, that group. 80 is Buffalo, Cleveland, San Diego, Oakland, Houston. 5 teams made it only. And then NFC, or 81, goes from where the Bengals and the Niners meet in the Super Bowl. They're both like 4-12. And then they met in the Super Bowl the next year. So it's not like this is unprecedented, but it's fun when that happens. The Rams with Kurt Warner out of nowhere. Right. That's New England. Another point the caller made, just to get this in quickly, and maybe we'll talk about this some more, where I'm not sure I'm in agreement. I don't know how lucky they've been. Like the Bills last year had that turnover point we made constantly. How not only did they not turn the ball over, they constantly took it away. And they were top 3 in the league in both. New England is 20th in takeaways. They're not, really, they're not stealing games.
Mostly the thing I think you can ding New England for is who their schedule has been. The schedule. It's been like a historically soft schedule. It's just, you play who you play, but they've played a pretty soft schedule.
Yeah, no doubt about that. But they win their games pretty decisively. We had that with the Bills, we've said many times, that the one year where they got criticized for not playing a tougher schedule, while they were beating teams by 2 touchdowns every week. So what really can they do about it? Just that. Make it look good. And I think the Patriots have mostly done that. I don't know what their record against the spread is. It's probably pretty good. Because these spreads have not gotten all the way to, okay, New England's great. They don't get that kind of credit. So they're not playing in big point spread games, a lot of these. Remember the Giant game they just had? I think that was, 7.5 at home against the Giants? Was it more than that?
I don't remember what that line was, but they 33-15.
33-15. The Giants quit in the third quarter. Mike Schopp and the Bulldog at 803-0550. Back after the update. This is WGR. The Woodhouse Spa is a great and easy holiday gift idea. I've been talking about them for years, and
The Buffalo Bills will be back on the practice field tomorrow, gearing up for the New England Patriots. Tomorrow we'll also give an update on the health of Joey Bosa, Terrell Bernard, Joshua Palmer, and Spencer Brown. The Bills did make one move on their practice squad today, signing cornerback MJ Devonshire and releasing offensive lineman Nick Broker. Around the NFL, the Indianapolis Colts signed quarterback Phillip Rivers to their practice squad, according to multiple sources. If Rivers gets elevated to the active roster, regardless if he takes a snap or not, his Hall of Fame eligibility would have to reset. Rivers is currently a semifinalist for the 2026 Hall of Fame. To hockey. Game day for the Buffalo Sabres as they look to get their first win of the road trip, taking on the Edmonton Oilers tonight. Puck drop set for 9 o'clock. Pregame will start here at 8 on WGR. To baseball, ESPN's Jeff Passan reporting that the Phillies are finalizing a 5-year contract extension for Kyle Schwarber, totaling $150 million. Meanwhile, the Dodgers reportedly agreeing to a 3-year deal with former Mets pitcher Edwin Diaz. Those are your Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership. I'm Derek Kramer. You're listening to WGR.
The fact of the matter is, this version of the Bills should go to the Super Bowl. And there is an odd added pressure right now in Buffalo. If the tournament starts and Lamar's not in it, Joe's not in it, and Patrick's not in it, there is a pressure unlike any other year in the past and likely unlike any year in the future. Crazy Rhino Josh Allen is the scariest version.
Nick Wright. Mike Schopp and the Bulldog, you're welcome to join us, 803-0550. The Sabres are in Edmonton tonight, pregame at 8, same as last night. We've just been talking some soccer in here. Champions League today. Both of our favorite Premier League teams are having good seasons. You know where they are in the table?
Are they? Oh, I know United is tied for 6th.
6-7.
Okay. Ooh, just about 6-7, huh?
6-7. That's how good a season it is.
Exactly 6-7. Yeah.
I'm so cool.
Yeah.
That's already over.
Oh yeah.
I think so.
Well, then I'm going to really pick up on it. Then.
Yeah. Now is when we start to let it out.
Now is when dudes like us let it rip.
Yeah. I'm thinking about also getting on Facebook.
I am just gonna.
I feel like now is a good time to sign up for Facebook.
I can't even keep talking.
Sorry.
Yeah, I'm gonna 6-7 the crap out of everything now.
Oh, baby!
I'm going to play. I'm going to play some golf at the dojo from here. And I just, well, what do you think you're going to get on this last 6-7?
Yep. You really.
That's just one example.
Really getting it.
The many uses.
Yeah. So, Phillip Rivers is making a comeback here, such as it is. We don't know if he'll actually get on the active roster. I feel like if I were Phillip Rivers, I wouldn't want to do this if I didn't expect to get on the active. I wouldn't want to bother.
Mm-hmm.
Really, I'm just going to be practice squad. I was coach. So I bet he's headed to the active roster.
Yeah, I would bet he is too, but there's also a scenario where he starts practicing and has to throw however many passes you got to throw in a practice. And he goes like, yeah, nah. This
should have done that already.
It's been a long 5 years. Yeah, sure. But I don't know. Yeah, I mean, if he's been throwing 400 balls a day at home, waiting for the phone to ring, then I'm shame on me, and then he's prepared for this.
Well, at least we know he coaches high school, so he's around it, whether he's throwing lots of passes or not.
Not only is he coaching high school, but he's coaching high school using this style, this offense.
Yeah. I don't know if that's good for the Colts or just amazing for that high school.
Right.
What that is. They must have a great running back, that high school.
Right.
Like the Colts. So, Phillip Rivers, when he was a rookie, he was a big deal in here. 2004.
Mm-hmm.
Brad, Jeremy.
Yep.
Wanted Phillip Rivers on the Bills.
He had his fans here, for sure.
As a rookie, he goes to San Diego. That's where they played then. And Doug Flutie was on that team. So Rivers and Flutie were teammates, which is fun because as Brett Coleman did today, Brett, he's been on our show a couple times. He's looking at the Colts roster and he's like, oh, well, how about Tyler Warren, a rookie? So as he called it, the Bacon number, as in Kevin Bacon.
Okay.
You go from Tyler Warren. I love this stuff. I love this for hockey. You had Yager, who made this so.
Right.
Using Yager for this in hockey was like using using JFK rather for Kevin Bacon, because that was sort of cheating because everybody's in that movie. But the hardcore Kevin Bacon game players would not have used. You're not allowed to use JFK. That's the way I understand it. Respect. Tyler Warren now is teammates with Phillip Rivers, who was teammates with Doug Flutie, who was teammates with Walter Payton.
That's pretty good.
When Flutie played in Chicago, that was the end of Payton's career. Pretty good, right?
Yes.
You already said it.
Yes, it was really good. I didn't memorize it, and I didn't tag it for future reference. I wish I had right now because it's come up. Maybe it was even Coleman who had this, but there was someone I saw today that I follow had a list of guys who were active in the league when Rivers showed up, and like Jerry Rice is on that list.
Oh yeah,
and it's just like this names are just like whoa.
2004.
right. It's it's a long time ago.
With hockey, and it's the same 2000. I guess it's 506 is the season after the canceled season, where a lot of those 90s guys were still playing. Brett Hull, Shanahan for the Rangers. Who are some others? Maybe Yzerman? Like a lot of those guys that were in their mid to late 30s played in that first, the Carolina year.
Yeah, they might have felt like the last year of their careers got clipped and they wanted to not go out that way. Perhaps.
Yeah. So you have a lot of that then. I mean, Crosby, Mario? I mean, you get the point. Crosby, Ovechkin, Malkin, the new young guns were playing against
some of
the
these
legends.
Right, yeah.
Maybe Sakic? I got to look up 506.
Yeah. I know Shanahan's definitely right. I'm not positive about any of their names that you mentioned there.
Shanahan's on the 07 Rangers that the Sabres beat.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
And so is Yager.
Yeah.
And that great goal, is it Stafford? Everybody thinks of the Drury goal from that series, understandably. But in Game 2, there's a Vanek Stafford play, like behind the back, no-look pass or something.
Yeah.
And I feel like Yager and Shanahan might have been on the ice for that.
Yeah.
Not positive.
Some people will tell you Yager quit on that
play?
On that series.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
He didn't quit hockey.
No, he's
still playing.
He is still playing, right. But... yeah, the Sabres really did it. He was very frustrated. I know that. I don't know. I can't tell you definitively that he quit. Paul would tell you, I think, that he definitively quit.
Remember let's not ask.
Right.
Remember a quote from Yager about how much fun he would have had playing for Buffalo with that team?
Yes.
That's a long time ago. 6-7. That's the 6-7. There you go, Bulldog. There's another one for you. That's the 06-07 season.
Yep. Put it in the holster. Ready to fire at will.
JR is next. Hello.
Hello. How you doing?
Good. Thank you for calling us.
Yeah, I'm calling because I really wanted to talk about the Seahawks and the Colts. Them bringing in Phillip Rivers.
Okay.
I mean, you don't actually think that he's going to be able to perform at a high level, right?
Well, this is where I say I'm gullible.
Yeah.
So I'm not ruling it out. Should I?
I don't want to rule it out either, JR, but I mostly think it should look like a debacle.
Okay, and so as because I'm a Seahawks fan, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I'm looking at this like this should be an easy game. It wasn't when I first looked at the schedule right now. I was like, okay, I was a little bit worried about the Colts. When they was like, I think they was 8-2 at that time.
Yes.
And they was balling.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying? They was balling at that time. So I was like, okay, maybe this might be a game that might be actually a challenge. And now that their quarterback got hurt, it's like they bring in Phillip Rivers from retirement, and they think that they're going to be able to compete with one of the top defenses in the NFL league.
Well, I don't know if they actually think that.
Right.
Thanks for the call.
And it might be a lot to expect him to play this week. That's this game this week. Maybe he will. I mean, if he's there and is on the practice squad and gets through some practices, then maybe they won't have a better alternative. The kid that was in there to replace Jones is nursing an injury. Richardson isn't available. They've got Brett Rippon on the practice squad. They might land on Rivers with, 3 days of practice being their guy, which would be incredible. But I feel like it's more like, let's get through this week and then see if we can't get you up and running. But I could be wrong. He could just go right in and play. I don't know. For now, he's on the practice squad, so we'll see. But I think he'll play at some point for them.
Joe Ostrowski this morning, they were talking about this on Bet Sweats and how the look-ahead line, so whatever it might be, Wednesday or Thursday, the week before those games, so like tomorrow or Thursday, you get the Week 16 spreads. That's Buffalo, Cleveland. Whenever those come out, the look-ahead line was 3.5. With Daniel Jones, healthy enough to play. He had the leg injury, but he was playing through it. For the 8-4 Colts, last week, the look-ahead line for this game was 3.5. Now it's 14. And Joe was just saying how you never see that. Let's not use Allen. If Mahomes sprained an ankle tomorrow and had to miss their game on Sunday, Kansas City's favored by 4, you said?
Mm-hmm.
Joe would say that line might move 7 points the other way. We had this with who? Earlier in the season, we had this with somebody. Oh, Jackson. When they were getting ready to play Houston, and he was practicing, but then actually he was practicing with the scout team, we found out on Saturday, and the line, I picked the Ravens in the picks, if that's the right game.
And the line went bonkers.
And the line went all the way toward Houston, like a lot, but maybe not 10.
Right.
Like this.
Yeah, I don't know that I've ever. I mean, it's not something I have followed, aggressively my whole life or anything, but that seems like an absurdly huge jump.
Yeah. And the Ravens did get blown out by the Texans that day without Jackson. So that was a miss for me.
I guess. Right.
That was a miss. I would not have picked him on Sunday morning, but I had him on Friday at 6 o'clock. Timeout. We'll talk some more after a break. Paul Hamilton joins us on the Sabres at 6. Game time, 9 o'clock, just thereafter tonight in Edmonton. I'm guaranteeing a win tonight.
Okay. Love to hear it.
A Sabres win, let me clarify.
Tage Thompson is plus 8,000 to get a hat trick.
I'm not doing that, but I am in the process of giving some of these Colts winnings away by doing things like betting the Sabres on the money line, which I did just do.
Tage Thompson plus 8,000, Sabres on the money line, Darlene 2 assists.
You already have it.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, no, I'm down. That is, I bet a weird amount because I had a little buyout.
You bet 67.
I bet $12.18, and that pays $1,400. Hey, he's got to get a hat trick sooner or later.
Does he? He pays how much?
$1,400.
$1,400.
Yeah.
For $12.
Yeah.
Who wouldn't make this bet?
That's what I'm saying. That's why, this business plan, people have been showing up at all hours. Like, where's the Tage Thompson hat trick business plan? Like, we've been closed. He's plus 4,500 most nights, and I can't. That is not a sustainable model for the Tage Thompson hat trick business plan. Tonight he's plus 8,000. Like, I got it. Someone on Twitter alerted me. I'm like, giddy up, let's go. Now it's not perfect because I'm not doing it every night, and so like every night doing it the last couple of years, I make back all the money I've spent and then some, like twofold. But not doing it, like doing it randomly, just my chances of hitting it are going to be slimmer. But I don't like it when the odds are so lousy.
Mm-hmm.
But so far I haven't gotten burned. Like he hasn't hit a hat trick on one of these nights where he's like almost half of what he is tonight.
It did happen once last year.
Yes, I did miss one last year. It was not my intent to miss. I went to a concert and just didn't have time to get the bet in, and that was how it goes. But then he hit another one later in the year. It's been a rousing success.
Think of all the money you're up by not having bet all these other games where he didn't get a hat trick.
That's right. I'm doing great.
That's where I get into bad math when it comes to money. Because to me, those are winnings. But there's no actual money. It's a little bit of a stretch to consider that winnings.
Yeah.
There's no money, so what did you really win? You just didn't lose. Mike Schopp and the Bulldog here. This is WGR.
Those three teams that I mentioned for the 6 and 7 could beat Jacksonville. Like if whoever's in that 7 spot, whichever one of those three teams ends up in that spot, I wouldn't expect, even if Jacksonville's got the big fancy 12-win record and these other teams won 10, I don't think that's a field goal spread. That's not a big number, I don't think. I think those teams would be viewed probably pretty close to equal. Both the Chargers and the Broncos would have, come through the AFC West, which looks to be harder. Although if the Colts are that caliber a team and Jacksonville is, then maybe I'm not even thinking about Houston for this. Still, I think that it's realistic to think that the 7. It doesn't have to be the blowout 3:30 on Saturday wild card game necessarily.
The AFC South Invitational.
It could actually be an upset.
All right, so let's just put something down here before we take a break. 6-7. Oh, hi. 6-7.
Oh, jeez.
What do you want?
Well, I want to know what it means.
It means it's great.
Okay.
That's enough. That's all you need to know.
Okay.
It means it's great. Sunday, the Chargers or the Chiefs? Is it Operation Bury the Chiefs? I don't want to sit here and obsess about them every day.
No.
They're 6-7. Get it?
Yeah, there's a lot
Put
of
it
that.
in the holster?
There's a lot of that going around today. I mean, I don't know. Like, I can't know who's going to be 4, so I don't know how badly I want to be 5. Right? Like, I don't really want to be 5 if Baltimore gets there. I think that's a harder matchup than Pittsburgh or almost anyone else in the bracket. So I'm kind of torn. Like, I do have sort of a rule about the Chiefs. Like, I have a very hard time rooting for them when I watch them play. If I'm not watching them, which I won't be on Sunday, they're playing at the same time as the Bills, then I would have an easier time saying I hope the Chiefs win. Because I'm not going to be investing time in watching them and feeling every impulse to be counter to what I want to happen, which is what happens when I watch them play and I want them to win. So, that's just me. It probably is best if they beat the Chargers, I think, though.
Because you'd want 5 over 6?
I think, I think you want to have the best seed you can get. But again, then you're into, well, what if it's Baltimore and I'd rather maybe be 6, so I don't know.
I think I'd go along with 5 over 6. Why was 5 afraid of 6?
Because 6, 8, 7.
Because 7, 8, 9.
7, 8, 9.
I trapped you.
It didn't even make sense.
He trapped me. He trapped me.
I hate puns, riddles, and math.
Jokes and fun.
Numbers.
And laughing and smiling.
The show and everything.
Yeah. I just want to say how much I love watching Mike Clay on Sunday mornings on Fantasy Football Now, because he's got a dad joke at least one every week. And
does he get them right? Does he execute them appropriately?
Oh yeah, always.
Good for him.
Always.
Yeah, he's better than me.
Always gets it right. But you just never know when the moment's coming. Like, it's a round table, and they just go around talking about who to start and who to sit, and then eventually it comes to Mike Clay, and he's like, I've been reading this great book about anti-gravity. I can't put it down. So I just love him on that show. We haven't had Mike in a long time. I met him at the Expo one year, and I don't know, it's been a while since I've talked to Mike Clay. Fantasy regular season for most, I would say, probably ended last night. I didn't get there with Goddard against Hurts.
Hurts tried.
But
he tried so hard.
How did that end up?
I think I got you by
4 or 5?
Yeah. Not
6, 7?
Maybe 6, 7.
Goddard outscored Hurts.
Yes, he did.
But I was down 9.
Yeah.
I mean, Jaden Daniels, thanks. That guy had a season.
Hey, don't listen. I had a 0 from Tyrod Taylor. I got you by 6. So it was about 6, 7.
Yeah. You're on your way back.
Yeah, I'm trying.
You're trying so hard.
I got to keep digging.
Paul Hamilton. Let's get into this with him. Probably not want to do that.
I definitely advise against it. Yeah.
Well, we do have to talk about the Sabres, though.
We are
not the greatest topic.
We are going to do that with Paul. Yes.
We will do that next. Mike Schopp and the Bulldog here, WGR.
on the practice field tomorrow, gearing up for their rematch with the New England Patriots. Tomorrow we'll also give an update on the health of Joey Bosa, Terrell Bernard, Joshua Palmer, and Spencer Brown. All 4 of those players did not play against Cincinnati. The Bills made a move on their practice squad earlier today, signing cornerback MJ Devonshire and releasing offensive lineman Nick Broker. Around the NFL, the Indianapolis Colts reportedly signing quarterback Phillip Rivers to their practice squad. If Rivers ends up elevated to the active roster, regardless of if he takes a snap or not, the 2026 Hall of Fame semifinalist would have his eligibility reset and have to wait 5 more years upon another retirement. The Colts, meanwhile, have lost quarterback Daniel Jones for the season. Anthony Richardson is still on injured reserve, and Riley Leonard, their current starter, is dealing with a knee injury. To hockey, game day for the Buffalo Sabres is they're still looking for their first win of the road trip. It's game 4 of 6 on this extended time away from KeyBank Center. The Sabres taking on the Edmonton Oilers tonight. Puck drop set for 9 o'clock tonight. Pregame will start at 8 here on WGR. Paul Hamilton will join Schopp and Bulldog coming up next. This holiday season, we are kicking off Mission Give Where You Live to benefit Buffalo City Mission. It's powered by NYSEG. Going on through December 19th, you can donate brand new sweatshirts, sweatpants, hats, gloves, scarves, and non-perishable food items to help keep our community warm and fed. Just stop by any Dash's Market location and drop your donation in the Mission Give Where You Live donation bin. If you're shopping online, you could still help out by giving through the Buffalo City Mission's Amazon wish list. It's sponsored by the Barnes Firm and Dash's Market. You can get more details at WGR550.com. This update's brought to you by Paddock Chevrolet, celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership. I'm Derek Kramer for WGR Sports Radio 550.
All right. Well, the Sabres are, again, out in Western Canada. They have played 3 games on this eventual 6-game road trip and lost them all in regulation, even by multiple goals, right? Are they all 3-goal losses? Philadelphia, Winnipeg, and then Calgary. Winnipeg and Calgary are.
Yeah, What was it? 5-2? 5-2? Or they got a second guy? I might have turned it off Friday night.
Maybe it was 5-1. Paul, do you remember? First question. What was the score last Wednesday? 5-2?
That was Philadelphia?
Yes.
5-2 was Philadelphia, I'm pretty sure. Yeah.
So 3 straight losses, all by 3 goals. How bad is it?
I do have one question before we get going.
Okay,
if I could.
sure.
Was there action?
In what? In the game?
Your guys' playoff game.
Oh,
your game for the playoffs.
Bulldog won.
Was there action?
Oh, yeah,
side action? No.
Yeah, no, we didn't.
Side action.
We did not. That was not even broached.
No, I didn't like that team enough to bet on it.
Yeah.
I played Pat Malacaro in a meaningless game, and we had action.
Well, you're better than us, Paul.
Why don't you divulge how high were the stakes?
Chicken wings at an establishment.
Okay,
all right.
Not
Well,
nothing.
That's a sweet little get.
No, we did not do that.
No, we didn't.
Okay. Back to the Sabres now.
Yes,
yeah.
Back to the Sabres.
You know where I want to begin, Paul, is with Lindy. I mean, you obviously have been around him thousands of more times than me and Mike have been.
I was around him when he was a player.
Right. Okay, right. Scoreboard, mother of all scoreboards. It's not even close. But I feel like we all know him, to a degree. He was a player here. He was a coach for so long during our show being on the air, and the way he sounded before yesterday's game, even about Ostlund going down. I don't know. Like, I know you weren't in the room, but I feel like you know him. I felt like he knew what he was saying when he said what he said the way he said it. Right? Like, he's not naive enough to know that he's going to come off as displeased that he had to tell this kid he's going back to Rochester because they can't find a way out of this 3-goalie mire they're in.
And it wouldn't surprise me if now with Zucker out, he'd probably be back. Now I don't know what I don't know about the new rule is. The new rule is when you go down, you got to play at least one game.
Right, and they haven't played yet.
Right, but what about if it's an emergency recall? Is that a different case?
Don't know.
That's what I don't know and have to find out since it's a new rule. If they can bring him right back on an emergency recall. And again, I'll have to find that out.
But there's been no. I haven't seen anything today, but you would have been. We're in here working. I mean, I'm following.
He probably would have been back to Rochester by the time they found out about Zucker. So getting him to Edmonton would have been close to impossible. Not impossible, but pretty hard.
Yeah.
So if they were going to bring him up, I think Vancouver would be the more, likely thing. And then the thing is too. Well, what's Greenway doing? Can he play 2 games in a row yet, or no? If he can play 2 games in a row, then you're fine because you have enough guys. But if he doesn't, then it makes my head hurt. So.
Right, but no move has been made today, right? We haven't heard a recall or anything, and the game is in 3 hours.
Right.
So, I guess they better hope that Greenway can play, or they're going to be playing a man short?
Done.
Oh, done. Right, okay. So all right, they won't be down a guy or anything. There's nothing embarrassing is going to happen. But how about the initial premise here, Paul? Like, do you feel like Lindy wanted everyone to know, like, I'm sort of sick of this thing with the 3 goalies?
Well, you never know when he's sending messages and when he's not. He's not above him to send messages through the media. The one thing he said that people kind of caught on to about a week ago, he had already said like 4 or 5 times.
Yeah.
And it just everybody happened to catch on to it then. He had said it after a few practices, and he's made it very clear for a while now that a three goalies is not ideal. For him, for the goalies, or for anybody, and so. To be wasting a roster spot again when you haven't even figured out who could possibly be your number 1 goaltender because you're not giving it a good enough chance to find out. To me, I just feel like pick one and give him 25 games as the starter. Play him as a starter. When you have a back-to-back, play somebody else. But don't pull him out because he has a bad game, and then you don't see him for 3 weeks.
Yeah.
I don't disagree with this theory. It's just nobody. In their defense, none of these guys has given this team, this coach, really any sort of path
because
in that direction.
Because they don't get a chance to get on a roll. You've got to give the guy a chance, not just pull him after a game. And none of them are getting that opportunity.
There was one moment earlier this year where I was surprised. Maybe it was it off of Luukkonen's really good third period in overtime in the shootout? Was at Washington on a Saturday night. And then the next game, I thought, oh, well, they've been waiting for Luukkonen. He's the contract. He's the most pedigreed. They're waiting. And it was somebody else the next night.
Yeah.
And it wasn't a back-to-back. And I was like, what are we even doing here? The best 10 minutes of goaltending I've seen all year from anybody on this team was Luukkonen late in that third period overtime and shootout against Washington, and they played on like the next Monday, and he didn't go back in. I was like, was he sore? I don't know, but that was maybe the one time I thought they really didn't give a guy who looked really good the chance to build on it.
Yeah, I mean, Ellis had one bad game, and we didn't see him for how long? I thought, because I don't think he was going to play against Chicago anyway. I think it was time that he was going to get a night off. But I thought Sunday, they had a game on Sunday, that, okay, let's give him a chance to get right back in the net because he had played well before that bad game. And nope, he had to wait X amount of games to get back in after one bad game in his career. I just hate the way they have approached this. Now, he doesn't want 3 goaltenders, but he's stuck with 3 goaltenders. He's got to figure it out. I don't think he's figured it out at all.
Yeah. For folks who don't even maybe not know, I should have said this before we got into it, but Lindy, before yesterday's game in Calgary, was asked about having to tell Ostlund he was going down. And the way he talked about the player was like, his offensive instincts were great, his playmaking was great, his defensive awareness was really good. The only negative is that he had to go down. which did not sound like a guy to me that was eager to get this kid out of his lineup, but he had no choice because he was the one guy that could clear waivers.
Once they get back from the West and maybe Kesselring by then will be ready to practice with the team, they can flip it again where you don't have to have a defenseman, and he Austin would be the next guy back. He'll be back.
Yeah.
I don't. I'm not real worried about it. He'll be back. He was fine. He had 3 goals in 20 games. He was fine. And they did what they had to do because they can't make a decision on a goaltender to get one off a roster. So they did that, but he'll be back.
That's one area, and there are others. It's game 30, and they have 8 regulation wins and are 30th in points and 30th in goals allowed. I mean, you pushed back on they're a few wins away from being right in it before the losing streak, and so now it's even more. It would seem probably you'd be even more likely to maybe roll your eyes at any thought.
It feels very much to me like if they don't pull out of this on this trip, they got tonight and then Seattle and then they're back home, right?
Vancouver.
Oh, Vancouver. So they got 3 left. I mean, I feel like if they don't win all 3, Paul, they're going to get home and be buried. They could be buried if they win all 3 with the way the standings have been going, but still, at least they could keep pace here. But if they slide through the rest of this trip like with 1 win out of these next 3 or something, Merry Christmas.
Pagula's got to stop this. I mean, he's got to. I mean, he's got to fly to Buffalo after New England and put a stop to this. I mean, it's an absolute joke. People around the league are laughing at this team. I watch players joke about the Buffalo Sabres and laugh about them, and I watch them on the ice laugh in their faces. I mean, they're a joke, and enough is enough. I don't care if they win all 3. Enough is enough. I mean, everybody has seen enough of this team to know that Kevin Adams has to go. What's he going to do? Keep him and let him run the trade deadline, and then not re-sign him to a new deal, and that's the end of him? Really? Is that your plan? I mean, come on. I mean, this has to be over when the Sabres get back.
Only not sooner because they're in
Western Canada, right?
You couldn't do it there.
You could. Okay. You could.
Yeah.
I'm not saying no.
A serious team that wanted to make that move would make it immediately.
A serious team that should have made it back in April. Maybe even before that.
Sure. Yeah.
How long is the Zucker absence likely to be?
I'm not there with them, so I don't know. I just know with what Lindy was talking about this morning. So he did finish the game because he didn't look good when he went off the ice and was kind of hobbling to the locker room. But he was on the bench pretty quick afterwards, and he did finish the game. But, whatever afterwards, they decided that he's going to be out. For how long, we don't know yet.
Okay. Who's getting tonight then, by the way, back to the goalies? Do we know?
I would guess, and I am guessing, it would be Ellis because he played very well against Edmonton. So I would think you would want to put him back out there against Edmonton. The other 2 goaltenders both played last night. Now, Lyon hardly saw any shots. I think he saw 4 maybe, something like that. And he didn't strain himself out there in the 20 minutes he was out there. But my guess, especially with the way he played against Edmonton here in Buffalo, that it would be Ellis.
Yeah. How did you like? Does it matter? I mean, I don't know. We don't need to be assigning style points to games they lose at this point. It's really gotten old. But I guess what did you think of their play overall last night?
Well, when 4 different times they went out and scored and pulled to within a goal, and 4 different times almost immediately they gave up a goal to go back down by 2. I mean, that's just inexcusable. I mean, and it's just dumb stuff. Like, all right, you score a goal, now let's take 2 penalties and then give up another one. You score a goal, and the guy that scores the goal just stands there and watches Kadri blow right by him and go in all alone. It boggles my mind that 4 different times they pulled to within a goal, worked to do that, and within minutes they were back down by 2 again. It's just I can't even say. It's just, to me, that's not playing well. There was a schmozzle right at the end of the game where it was 6-on-4, and I almost was yelling at the TV going, yes, this is exactly what Lindy Ruff is talking about. Everybody was diving nose first into the crease. They're swinging their sticks at the puck, at whatever they can hit, whatever they can hit. They got the Calgary Flames so upset. The Flames took a couple of penalties, and it's like that's what Ruff is talking about. He wants to see some determination around the crease, some get up and go. So just act like you're alive every now and then. And then, sure enough, Calgary took some stupid penalties out of that scrum, and Buffalo scored on the 6-on-4. Again, with a guy camped in front of the net, tipping the puck. It's like that is what they're talking about. Yeah, they had 40-some-odd shots in that 5-0 loss to New Jersey. I can't tell you how many pucks were laying in that crease and around Allen. And just no Sabre really. They were kind of around, but nobody really, really, really went all out to go get one of those pucks. Because had they done it, they would have scored a goal. Because you could have tapped the puck in. And that's what they did in that scrum. And I thought to myself, why does it take game 28-9, whatever it was, to see this? And you see it once. Because that's exactly what you need to do if you want to be a better hockey team.
Yeah, kind of around is not going to get it done.
Yeah.
All right, Paul. Well, you asked us your question, so.
I know. I got it done early.
Are you excited about Phillip Rivers coming back?
Is he going to screw up his Hall of Fame thing now?
Yes.
Well, he will if he gets on the roster.
The list?
He will, yeah.
He should be able to pick somebody to go with him. Take somebody else off the list with him. Just somebody he doesn't like.
You guys did that.
We did that. We made a cottage
you were taking people out of the Hall of Fame.
We were a factory of kicking people out of Halls of Fame.
We're the people to call.
Yeah,
that
is a job for us. That's right.
All right, Paul. Thank you.
Take care, guys.
All right, enjoy the game. Paul will be back at 8 o'clock with Brian Koziel to get you ready for tonight's game in Edmonton. Puck drop a little after 9. Paul's appearance with us just now brought to you by Equitable Advisors. Planning for your future is about more than just money. Let Equitable be your guide. And by Relax Honda. Relax, we got this. I feel like I'm alternating between getting mad at the players when they don't perform the way that Paul's talking about, the way Ruff wants them to, and feeling like I completely understand what it's like to be, an employee somewhere that is completely demoralizing in every way. I totally believe Paul about people laughing at them. There's been no question in my mind for years that's been going on. They're the guys that have left here, like this word is around. This is not a serious operation. And so everyone in there, I mean, what do we do? This roster nonsense, the 3 goalies. I mean, maybe Ellis will play great tonight. But, man, if you got to pick one, pick him, send him. If somebody claims him, claim another one like him. There's 100 of them. It was a really cool story. And I really admire the kid taking as long as he did to get to the NHL. But you got a team to run. So there's like that, and then the Tuck thing is just hanging there. It's almost Christmas. Like, they're not going to get that done. And how's he feeling about that? Like, every time he steps on the ice, the lifetime contract is in peril because he's got to go spill his guts for this organization. Man, I'm telling you, I would understand being completely demoralized.
Sure.
It's just not a good situation at all for anyone that has to lace them up and go play for that team. So you can get mad and boo them and yell at them, and I've done plenty of it. I probably will still. I was super hot about it, and we never got around to talking about it because nobody cares anymore. We're all dead inside. I was so mad about Thompson on Wednesday night and this one play and the comments he made after it. Like, just kind of in the wind. It's just, goodbye. And then now today I'm over here going, I kind of understand. It's just, what a disaster they are. Just epic.
You're saying it all. How tall is Thompson?
6'6", 6'7".
Oh, baby. You know, Phillip Rivers is a grandfather. Did you know that?
Yes, I found that out today. Yeah.
There are props on Rivers' first game, whenever it is. Which will be higher, the length of his first completion or the number of kids he has? 10. Will he throw a 10-yard pass on his first completion? I don't know how they're going to measure this one. Total completions versus total diapers he changes. What's the number going to be on the diapers?
Yeah, I mean, who's keeping track of
Between drives? Like, what is the number on that? How many of his kids are that young? I don't know. What will happen first? He's flagged for taunting or he rushes for a touchdown? Rushes for a touchdown is minus 1,000. I'm taking the taunting.
100%.
He has 3 rushing touchdowns in his career.
Yeah, when he was, in his 20s and 30s.
He didn't run.
No.
Nobody ran really in those days. But
well, yeah.
Standard def.
Still.
The games were not even in high def when he started. The poor New York Jets, they're so close. They try so hard every year to get to the top of that active playoff drought seasons list. But the Sabres will just not give them any room. They refuse to relinquish that spot to the New York Jets. I don't know. Is this season... I still won't say it's over yet because it's not even half over yet. But come on. Like, just... I feel the way I felt for maybe 5 years about them now. Almost 5. At least, almost 5 years probably, which is... They just got to do something really good before I'm going to even care.
Yeah.
Like, I just lost it.
And really, the only thing that's going to happen is if they get around, if Terry Pegula gets around to firing Kevin Adams, the GM's already in house, and that doesn't have to not work. But I mean, wouldn't you be stunned if Jarmo Kekalainen was not the GM to replace Kevin Adams if they fire him? Unless he doesn't want the job.
Well, he shouldn't have come here.
Right.
Unless it's gone that badly. Is he here, actually? You would think he would be interested, taking the job that he has. Ross Tucker with us on Tuesdays. We'll let you hear our conversation with Ross from earlier after a break. Mike Schopp and the Bulldog here. This is WGR.